8:28. We can probably go ahead and get started with the preliminaries. So, good morning to all of you that I can see on the screen and all of you who are here that I cannot see. This is a meeting of the Water Resources Commission. It's November 19th, 2000. No, it's not November 19th, is it? I'm looking at the minutes. It's February 18th, 2021. And we're just starting the meeting. We have present here on the screen Commissioner Kihara, Commissioner Korn, Commissioner Mall, Director Byler, Commissioner Baumgartner. And on the phone, we have several staffers, and Commissioner Quemps is on the phone. And then others are joining us now too. So a few logistical items. In terms of public participation, we have one written comment that was submitted that is associated with agenda item G on the Walla Walla. And that was sent to all the commissioners, and they have that information. Since we started doing these virtual meetings, we've asked people to give us advance notice if they want to provide oral comment at the meeting. And we do not have anyone who's asked to speak to us today, so we're not expecting that there will be any oral public comment. So with that, let's turn to the agenda. And our first item is commissioner comments. And I think I'll just go based on who I'm seeing on the screen. Commissioner Kihara, would you like to start us off?
Certainly. Not a whole lot to report here on the waterfront, other than noticing that we're still in a dry cycle in spite of the moisture that we're getting now. So, continuing to be concerned about, the usual summer irrigation season, and, noticing that both the Klamath and, the Medford Bear Creek Valley is still extremely dry. So fingers crossed for the upcoming season. And that's really all I've got at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Korn, how about you?
Yeah, it seems like conditions change really rapidly. We was in a severe drought here for the whole state. Everything was lagging way behind. The storm caused a lot of misery for several of you with our staff and some of the commissioners. And boy, that can be really, really difficult. We realize how vulnerable we really are to the elements and our surroundings around us that we take for granted. It's back to the old story. We don't worry about water until you turn on the tap, it's not there. And you don't think about electricity, where it comes from and what it takes, until the lights go out. And then it's panic, and we realize how vulnerable and unprepared we are for the surroundings that we're in. And we probably will resolve that we're going to do this and do that, and in a few weeks we'll have forgotten until the next crisis comes. And unfortunately, that's kind of human nature. But as far as water situation, it seems like all the SNOTEL sites that I'm watching, that it's significantly helped the whole state of Oregon. Hawaii is still the lowest percentage wise, but we're optimistic that this is going to be quite helpful for our watershed. The Mount Airy watershed is one of the highest, which is just next door basically. Harney looks good. Klamath and Rogue and some of the others are still not 100%, but things are looking up and looking positive. And this late in the season, these kind of snowballs are somewhat more significant in as they haven't had the time to freeze dry. And if we get the right conditions, we could have some significant runoff that would bode well for us for the summertime that, is just around the corner. The season's passed pretty fast, it seems like. And so in the east, I guess it looks like we'll have adequate for irrigation supply, and most of our reservoirs have normal to above normal carryover from last year. So that's a good thing. In the winter time is the time for preparation in the irrigation business of doing maintenance and repairing canals and infrastructure and head gates and measuring devices and sprinkler systems are being put in, drip systems are being planned, and while water's not actually being run, there's a lot of things that go into preparation. So it'll be ready to go when the time comes, which is just around the corner. So, you know, everyone works together to make things happen. And when we're in crisis, like some of you are right now, so much, I think you come to realize how much we depend on one another and depend on neighbors and those around us and state agencies and emergency first responders and all the different things that again, we take for granted. And right now we have time to take pause and remember how interdependent we are upon each other. And you know, it seems like the world we live in, there's differences are being pointed out all the time, and confusion and contention. Some of that kind of goes away when we have to depend on our neighbor and reach out to each other to help one another. So I think this is a time to remember some of those things, and perhaps we can move forward with a more positive outlook and more gratitude for the things that we are blessed with. And so with that, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. That's a good reminder of the upside, I guess, to this kind of event. Commissioner Mall, do you have some comments?
Yeah, thanks. Good morning. Can you hear me okay on this headset?
Yeah.
With Commissioner Corn, we're at that point of the year where it's kind of a wet gray happiness outside here. We didn't get hit with the most recent ice storm, but we remember, I think, 4 years ago when it was so debilitating. But this is exactly the time of year when the thought of drought or water shortage is really, really hard to keep front of mind because it's just been wet for quite a while. Really encouraging in some ways. Clearly, with the aftermath of the Holiday Farm fires, we've had a number of weather systems come in that have tested some of the initial assumptions about landslide and debris flow and other things that have really concerned folks for both the McKenzie, the Umpqua, Santiam, and knock on wood so far, if the impacts from that side of things have been relatively small. But we also know that there's probably a 5-year window ahead of us when the release of dying tree roots and other things will impact that. So people continue to look to get good data and try to understand the risks that we face going forward. It brings together again something that we've talked a fair bit about, how closely tied our questions about water and then land use patterns and land use decisions are intertwined. And right now, when a lot of people are still scrambling to find housing, much less begin to rebuild, the fire's given us a chance to look at some of these basins in a new light and think about, well, how do we rebuild and where do we rebuild? And given some of the prognosis for the next 50 to 100 years, does it make sense to be in some of the same places that we have been? This is today's newspaper. I don't know how that's visible, but one of the headlines is "Warmer weather means more floods." It's a story about yet another assessment of change in weather patterns and the predicted increase in flood and flood intensity over the next century. So it raises a lot of questions again about just how intertwined land use is with some of our water decisions. And I think there are a number of agenda items today that speak to that. The one interesting thing that's come about in the same vein here, the Eugene Water and Electric Board has I think the commission visited it maybe years ago, an old canal system that provides some power generation, the Leesburg-Walterville Canal System. Well, about 3 years ago, that was found to be leaking such that FEMA asked the UWEB to draw it down and study it more. And as they've studied it, they've determined that, yeah, it needs significant repair. And they're actually considering now no longer using it as a power generation system, and have even entertained the thought of completely eliminating it. Now that is, just the study of that is going to take several years, and any kind of change like that is probably a 10 to 20 year project. But it just goes to show, as we look further into it, how infrastructure investments has affected how we have then built up around some of these areas, because the implications aren't simply power generation and water diversion from the river, but a lot of housing and other development that has occurred based on that infrastructure. And the thought of that being gone and the impacts of, what happens to individuals who have relied on that? How does that affect groundwater flow and people that are drawing water for residences? Major questions. So a really interesting time ahead in our neighborhood to work with some of that. Good time to be eyes wide open and learning about all this. So I'll continue to pepper you all with questions if I can. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioner Baumgartner?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. First of all, I'd like to thank Bruce for his uplifting comments. It's good to hear the positive side. I appreciate that. Like a lot of people, we're still working through the COVID and what a new reality is going to mean for us. I do think it's going to change how we do business in the future, or perhaps how we allocate people in doing that business. And as many people also have known, to shift gears, we have had a bit of a ice storm up here, ice and snowstorm. And one of the odd things about the years of being on the commission is my first thought was, well, this is good for the snowpack and we'll have more water this summer. But the other thing it made me think about as I watch all of this water come off in the urban environment is what kind of impact our current infrastructure has on water and water management, especially perhaps in an urban area, but perhaps more broadly. And trying to think about what can we do to either our built infrastructure or natural infrastructure, and where we're building infrastructure so that we can retain some of this water, mimic more of the natural kinds of hydrologic events, so that there's more water going to be available during the long, hot summers that are predicted in the future. And in my mind, that also reaches out to some of the dams and reservoirs that we manage, and whether we should be rethinking about how they are managed, how we manage and balance both flood control as well as providing storage for summer use. But the gist of the thought process is, how do we start managing our resources differently, our water resources, so that they are available when we need them? Beyond that, everything is actually looking pretty good up here for water this year, at least in the basin I work in. And that's about all I had to share, I think, Meg. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Commissioner Quentz, how about you?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Related to the comments of the other commissioners, I think a lot of what we're talking about is planning, and that's what was thinking of in context of my comments, with both regards to the agenda today, where we'll have an update on place-based planning and the continuing need for long-term planning. Other commissioners brought up, and Commissioner Baumgartner even brought up the terms natural and built infrastructure, which are features of the 100-year vision. And when I look at our place-based planning, and it's good to see that the groups are making progress, and next year we can anticipate a few plans coming forward for approval. It still seems like there's some mid-level mechanism needed between these and the integrated water resources strategy to help us through all this change and variability that we're seeing, and to provide stakeholders with the means to address the challenges they face for protecting water supply, having secure water systems, protecting and increasing in-stream flows, and trying to enjoy all the benefits that we derive from water. And I think that's a constant or a consistent thread through some of the other remarks, and it's still an outstanding need for the state. Other than that, I just want to thank the staff. I understand that with the conditions in Salem, it's been very difficult, and for Nirvana and Tom and all the other staff that keep things going, keep the meeting on schedule, get the materials out on time. Really appreciate that, and that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. And thanks to all of you guys, you commissioners, for those comments. Astute as always. And I would only add a sort of a mini update from OWEB, which had a meeting in December. And it was a pretty quiet meeting. We discussed timelines for various solicitation cycles, which got put on pause when OWEB's funding fell off the cliff last spring when the right at the beginning of the pandemic. So there was necessary to kind of talk about new timelines, and also about the governor's biennial budget for OWEB, which is at least based on a vast improvement from where they were last spring in terms of funding. Still not what it was pre-pandemic levels, but looking a lot better. There's the OWEB situation was pretty dire early on. So that was good news. And we'll just wait and see what happens with in the legislative process and next forecasts, et cetera. So with that, I think, we have the next agenda item is an action item, an approval of minutes. I think we can take these up. There are two sets of minutes that I don't see a reason not to take up in one motion, as long as we just enunciate that we're doing two sets of minutes. And can I get a motion to take up these two sets of minutes?
Madam Chairman,
Thank you, Bruce.
I move that we approve the minutes, the past commission meeting as well as the special committee meeting.
And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Eric. So it's been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes of the November 19th, 2020 meeting and the December 15th, 2020 meeting. Is there any discussion? Nobody is going off mute, so I'm just going to go ahead and take the roll. Commissioner Kahara?
Yes.
Commissioner Corn?
Yes.
Commissioner Mall?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Quemps?
Yes.
And Commissioner Reeves, so it's yes. So these minutes are approved. Thank you. Next item is Director's Report. Tom?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. This is item, item C of the report. And I'm not going to step through all of the materials, but I want to highlight a few things and then talk about a few things that are not included in the report. First of all, I just want to recognize that just despite the year we've been having, life does go on, and people come and go in our lives. And one of the people I wanted to mention that's listed in our report who retired was Ken Starr, who you may recall. He's often sitting in on these meetings and giving us the dire report on our water year. And Ken worked for the agency for over 30 years and really was quite instrumental in, I think, a major shift in our agency in terms of using data to make better decisions. And he managed his last position was managing our surface water and hydrology section. But he had a big role in helping us set up our water availability system, which has been, I think, in the last few decades, a major shift, kind of applying of the brakes to be more have a deeper consideration before we issue a water right, both in terms of trying to make sure that that new water right applicant would have predictable water available to them in the future, but perhaps even more so to protect the existing users who already had water rights, so that we were trying to avoid overappropriation. So I want to tip my hat to Ken and his work in that. It's unfortunate that we didn't start doing that in 1930, quite frankly, but it is what it is. And but I wanted to recognize that. But the flip side of this, I also want to put on your radar screen is that having people leave certainly is tough, but it is the cycle of life, I guess, in an office place. But I also want to note for you that we are continue to be in a tough budget situation. And I'm going to be pretty cautious about filling positions, knowing that while our budget discussions are happening at the legislature, not knowing what our budget's going to look like when the new biennium starts in July, we very well may need to rely on some vacancy savings right from the get-go in the new biennium. And so we are going to be taking action to make sure that we have somebody helping us fill the void that Ken has left with his retirement, but we may not be taking a permanent action, at least in the near term. And that may be thematically something that we look at a lot as we are kind of in a period of uncertainty around our budget. Next item, just moving forward, just a really quick heads up on the feasibility grants. You'll note in the report that in October, we received a number of applications for our feasibility grants. I think they total little under $1 million of requests. And we have about $1 million in the bank right now for that program. That'll come up in June in terms of decision-making for you all. Also want to note the Umatilla Water Supply Project. This is the state, through our agency, provided $11 million of funding for a multi-million-dollar water supply project to bring water off of the main stem Columbia River into the Umatilla-Morrow County area. And it is a very big project with many moving parts, but we're very pleased to close those or fully fund and distribute our dollars for both projects. There was one on the East Improvement District, the East Project, and the West Project, which is the Columbia Improvement District. Those projects are completed. And while we're not done by a long shot, there's still a lot of reporting and kind of long-term implementation work that we're still have a learning curve around. And there's also, I would note for you, important longer-term discussions around what are the long-term sources of mitigation to be able to continue to use those main stem water rights that the project proponents received. So we'll continue to talk with you about those issues. It hasn't been without some surprises and bumps along the way, but we're still in good communication with the project proponents, and we'll keep you apprised as we get more into the implementation and mitigation development phases, which I think lie ahead. Next, I want to just note for you that the Southwest Region Commission position has been vacant for quite a long time, as you are all aware. The good news, while we haven't filled it yet, the governor has announced a candidate for that position, Julie Smitherman, who is with the Medford Water Commission, has worked also with the city of Ashland, and has had a role in some of the work that we've done in recent years associated with, I think, drought task force. And I'm excited at the prospect of having her join the commission. I was hoping that the action would happen before this meeting, but at least I'm not aware that the Senate Rules Committee has yet scheduled the work that would need for them to refer Julie and other appointees to the Senate for a Senate floor confirmation vote. But we are hoping that will happen within a matter of weeks, and that at the next commission meeting that we will have Julie joining us. So cross your fingers on that. It'd be nice to have a full complement of commissioners. The last thing I want to mention is just a brief reminder that, and I think I mentioned this at our last meeting, but we're really working to bring back into our regular discussions, especially at the manager level, our strategic plan priorities. And you may recall the strategic plan is a pretty broad document, not as broad as the Integrated Water Resources Strategy by a long shot, but it has kind of three major themes. The ones around modernizing our management, and others around working to secure Oregon's water future. And the third is to foster a forward-looking team dedicated to serving Oregonians with integrity and excellence. And I want to just give you a brief touch on what we're doing in those areas, because I think it's important to keep you apprised of that. And I think at some point down the line, we'll maybe provide some deeper feedback for you on those issues. But in terms of the modernization piece, that's actually been an area that I'm pretty excited about. We've made some progress just in the time of in the last couple of years. For example, our dam safety program went through a pretty significant modernization update, as you are all aware, with the legislative approval of a bill in 2019, and then the rulemaking that we've done. Still a lot to do in that program area, but it really set a much more modern foundation for the work that we do with the non-federal dam owners around the state. Now we're working on legislation around modernizing aspects of our well construction program. And that's also really important. I don't know what our success rate will be, but I know staff have been working really hard on this. We've been working very closely with the Oregon Groundwater Association and other interest groups. And I think there's some promise that we might be able to make some progress on that. Both dam safety and well construction have public safety elements to them. So I'm pleased that we're making those priorities. I think it's important for us to not settle for antiquated programs. And while it's a big lift to make these things happen, I'm pleased that we're making some progress there. One area that I would give you as a maybe some foreshadowing about where we'll be working in the future is around our water rights related programs. We'll talk a little bit later in terms of budget, in terms of how we pay or how we support those services that we do around reviewing applications and making decisions on applications for transfers or water right permit applications or changes of various sorts to water use authorizations. And I think the current model we're learning is not keeping up with our resource needs and our capacity needs. We're not really in a position with this session, in my view, to fix that today, but I'm hoping that we can put ourselves in a position to think about that over the coming years, but not just think about the revenue sources that support the program, but really to think about how is this program functioning, and to think about it more broadly in terms of the processes and the policies that underlie these programs. So there may be a lot of work ahead in that, and but again, I'm excited about that as well. In terms of the second priority around the strategic plan and working to secure Oregon's water future, you're going to hear a lot about that today in terms of some of the planning work that's been underway. I am increasingly optimistic about it's not just place-based planning, but there's a lot of conversation and more consistent conversation among the water user community about the need for planning. Not everyone wants to use the term planning. It doesn't fit in some people's vernacular, but I do think that people recognize that we are getting close to being fully appropriated, if not already fully appropriated in most basins around the state. Easy access to water for new development or new needs is difficult. And I think there's an increasing awareness that we need to be thoughtful about how we approach our future needs, and that there's value in planning and having community level discussions about what that future should look like. And so I excuse me, there's some concepts and discussions I think that lie ahead, not only in our forum with the groups that you'll hear from today and staff that you'll hear from today, but also within the legislative mix and organizations like the Oregon Business Council, which I think are interested in kind of regional concepts as well. So that's an exciting area for us, and we're glad to be able to be partners and have input and help lead some of those discussions. Lastly, is the fostering a forward-looking team, and this is when we put the strategic plan together. The concept was really around the notion that we need to make sure that we're giving our staff the tools and training they need to excel and to do their jobs well and to provide the services that Oregonians expect of us and the programs that we manage. And part of that is just communication. We need to make sure that we are communicating well with our staff, that we're helping them understand their role and their responsibilities and how it fits into the bigger picture of the agency. And that continues to be a high priority for us. I have to tell you that we got rocked back on our heels a year ago with the pandemic, and but we're adapting. And just as an example, I am now spending time, I don't know, every couple months, meeting with at the section level with staff, and I get a lot out of it because I get to see a lot of faces and staff that through virtual means that I don't interface with very often. And I can't speak for them of whether they get a lot out of it because they get to hear me blather on about everything that I'm doing. But I think it's important that they hear from the director's office. I think it's important that they hear about some of the bigger picture issues that the agency is facing. And I'm really optimistic and looking forward to more of those conversations and to kind of see how they evolve over time in terms of strengthening the communication and kind of broader understanding of our staff. And lastly, I'll just mention that while we continue to work on those efforts, we are in extraordinary times. I appreciate Commissioner's comments in the earlier item about the times that we're in and how important it is for people to help each other. And I certainly have that in my mindset when I think about the year that we've had, the pandemic, the budget problems that we've had, the wildfires, now ice storm. It takes its toll on people. And one of the responsibilities that I feel strongly that I have and that we have as managers here at the agency is to really be monitoring the well-being of our staff. These are really extraordinary times. It's been difficult for people. Sometimes we don't really understand how difficult it's been for folks. And we've been placing a major emphasis on our management team to be routinely reaching out to our staff and making sure that they have what they need to get by. And if there are some additional resources that they need to help them get through these times, the state through certain programs can provide some opportunities for them to get some help. And so our staff are great. They've been very resilient and adaptive. I'm not worried about anyone in particular, but I do think it's important for us to continue to keep that finger on the pulse and to really not lose track of what an extraordinary year we've been having. And it looks like we'll continue to have, at least for the near term. So with that, I think I've covered my remarks, and we'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Do any commissioners, those I can see, if you just want to raise your hand, if you'd like to ask any questions, and Eric, actually, Eric, let me just ask you if you have any questions for Tom. We'll start with you.
I do not, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Question? Yeah, Joe, Commissioner Mall?
Chair Reeves. Thanks, Tom. The one of the last things you said is something that I think is worth dwelling on a bit. You're managing a much larger staff with a lot of remote offices as well, and even in our small shop, the difficulty of keeping in touch with each other, even though this is relatively easy, it's just not the same. And we found in a number of places among peer organizations and others that people did feel much more isolated and anxious, deeply anxious just about the state of the world than we'd realized. And so I just want to echo Commissioner Quemp's observation of just how, what a great job you continue to do, you all continue to do there, but also really to encourage you to take some time and support each other in the most basic ways, because it's been a heck of a year. And I think that we're all just kind of waking up in some ways to how much we felt burdened by things. So I hope that any staff member feels comfortable reaching out to us as commissioners as well, or in the regions, because sometimes we're physically closer than maybe even other staff members. So I'm going to offer that and just encourage us to, as Commissioner Korn pointed out, to be there for each other in every sense of the word. I have two questions. One related to, and I can't remember the format, but previously the Natural Resource Agency heads would gather with the governor's office, I think on a bi-weekly basis or on a periodic basis. And I know with the 100-year water vision being paused to a certain extent, some things have been set aside, but I'm just curious how you all are staying in touch, and if that regular meeting is either happening or is planned to continue, and maybe what sort of restart up schedule you're anticipating.
Thank you, Commissioner Mall. Much like all aspects of our organization, the broader organization of natural resources agencies, and that tradition of really longstanding tradition of agency heads meeting every couple of weeks has continued throughout the pandemic, and it's moved like everything else to a virtual format. So that level of communication is continuing. It's different, as we all know. You don't have side conversations with folks before or after a meeting, so you lose that value, and those things can be very valuable. And I miss that aspect, because there's a lot of important communication that can happen outside of a formal meeting structure, as you all know. But the good news is that the communication is happening, continuing to happen, and I think the other aspect that I kind of personally feel is that because we've had a longstanding forum for agencies and directors to engage with each other on a regular basis, we know each other, and so there's very little reluctance for any of us to reach out to each other, and if there's a need to talk. So that's I think a real plus to the culture that we've had at the state level among the agency directors. I would just add also, in addition to the ongoing regular meetings of directors through natural resources agencies, the Department of Administrative Services has been having nearly weekly meetings with all agency directors around kind of enterprise business and operations issues. A lot of it driven by the pandemic related matters, but that's also been good. That did not exist prior. They aren't long meetings, but they are another way for us to kind of stay connected and within the state enterprise. And I think that's been a positive element of helping many of us stay tied and to each other and kind of understand each other's experiences and not feel as isolated as agencies within our system.
So thank you. That's encouraging, and I do hope. Last thing I want is to wish any more Zoom meetings on anybody, but in many ways, it's the best we have. Somewhat related, and this is a little perhaps out of the blue. My understanding through the governor's recommended budget is that we're looking at potentially the elimination of an agency, the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, DOGAMI, here in the McKenzie. That's hitting home because we were right in the midst of working with them on getting some updated LiDAR for the McKenzie Basin, the fire unit, to do an assessment of landslide potential, which would influence land use decisions. I'm just curious as some of those, if that comes to pass, and the responsibilities and the resources and assets that DOGAMI was able to bring to bear, if there's any thought of the WRD picking up any of those responsibilities and or FTE in the coming years.
Yeah. We've not been part of any conversations with the governor's office in how that's been put together as part of the governor's recommended budget. DOGAMI, I know there are a lot of good staff there, but they've really had struggle. They've struggled for a long time with their resources, and this is not the first time there have been conversations about redistributing elements of that agency into other agencies. I can't predict the prospects of whether that will happen this time, but it certainly feels a little more real than maybe it has in the past. WRD was not part of any of the conversations. There are aspects of geologic review that certainly we are interested in terms of hydrogeology. But we're not implicated in any of the plan to disperse their DOGAMI's programmatic responsibilities to other agencies. So we'll continue, if this happens, we'll continue to work with those staff wherever they are housed, because those partnerships and those services that they provide that relate to our work are going to continue to be important for us, especially around groundwater study related work.
Great, thank you.
Excuse me, do commissioners have any other questions for Tom?
I don't have a question, but a comment, and I appreciate it that you let us know about Ken Starr's retirement. It's, he's been kind of a major player in these meetings and whatnot, and it's nice to know that he left on a good note and not for, unforeseen health reasons or other things like that you always wonder about. So if there's any way to convey our congratulations to him on his retirement, please let us know. And if there's any kind of a party that we can actually go to and actually say thank you for his services, I'd love to be able to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll tell you, it is hard to see people retire or leave and not be able to have a more intimate celebration or goodbye. This virtual world is not satisfying in that respect. That's for sure.
Any other?
Do we get to vote on the extension of Commissioner Baumgartner's and Commissioner Korn's?
Yeah. You need to be able to have a party. I was really shocked to see that about Ken's retirement too. He's such an institution. It's kind of like you don't anticipate him ever retiring, but of course people do. So, Tom, I had one other really short question. Just out of curiosity, do you know off the top what the time frame was for that Umatilla water supply project? Like, when did that first get going? I'm just curious about how long the whole project took.
Well,
is that a more complicated question?
I don't mean to be dismissive by chuckling, but it's just, that's been a desire for a long time. And I'm not going to be able to give you definitive timelines, but I
About
know,
when the,
but I
like
know.
when the money, yeah, I was thinking about when the money went out and just how
Oh,
long it took.
So
Yeah.
the money went out in 2013, I believe.
Okay. Mhm.
And because I think it was or 2013 or 2015, but it was just coming online right around the time that I started up in this position.
Oh, okay.
But the effort around started long before then.
Yeah.
So it's been
Yeah.
a journey for the proponents.
Okay. Well, thank you. Any other questions for Tom? Let's see. I think we are, I'm just checking the schedule. So we are ahead of schedule. Point of logistics. Are we in a position to start up earlier? I know we have a group of guests that are part of the panel scheduled to start at 9:35. And I don't know whether we have the flexibility to move that up, or should we just come back at 9:35? Or at 9:45, actually.
I am looking to see if we have all of the participants who are going to be on the item D. I see our Harmony and Steve, our two staff, and I see a number of the folks. Maybe Harmony or Steve, do you have any advice for us on whether we should wait or whether it would be okay to start up?
Hi, Tom. Well, if we start too soon, we may miss a few people, but we could probably start 10 or 15 minutes early, I would guess.
Well, if we don't want to miss anybody, so if that means waiting to start until the scheduled time, we can break and come back.
Is this okay time for a break, Commissioner Reeves?
Oh, yeah, we were scheduled for a break now, and
Okay.
it's just that how long the break is really is what we're talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to substitute. Maybe we should just plan on reconvening at 9:45, and then we know we'll have everybody that was scheduled to be with us here. Oh, hang on just a minute. Let me just check and see what. Okay, let's wait. Let's come back at 9:45. Right on the button at 9:45. Please don't go away and forget and not come back on time. And we'll start then. And if y'all want to mute your mics and turn off your video, that's probably a good idea. Thank you. Okay. Good morning again. It's 9:45. Nirvana, can you confirm whether you can hear me or not? Because I'm looking
Yes.
at okay, good. Looking
Yes,
at a
I can
power-
hear
can't
you.
see anyone on the screen. So I'm told that the commissioners are all back, but I'm checking on Eric, who we can't see. Eric, are you, Commissioner Quemps, are you back in attendance? It sounds like possibly not, but I think we should get going and
Meg, I do not
Yeah.
see Bruce on video display either.
oh, okay.
Commissioner Corn,
Okay,
Vice Chair Corn, excuse me.
yes. Let's give him one more minute and then we'll go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah. And we have all of our presenters present.
yes.
Okay, great, thanks. I don't want to hold them up. Everybody's got busy schedules. So I think we'll go ahead and get started. I'm sure that Commissioners Corn and Quemps will join us as soon as they can. This agenda item is an update on place-based integrated water resources planning with participants from the place-based planning projects that are underway in Oregon. Steve or Harmony, do you want to tell me how you'd like to do this? Will presenters introduce themselves or how is
Sure.
this? Okay.
Chair Reeves, I will present and then Harmony will present, and then we'll have a new presentation from the places. And
Okay,
Holly from the Harney Group will help introduce folks and get that started.
great. Okay, thank you.
So Chair Reeves and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. We wanted to give an update on our place-based water planning efforts. And on the next slide here, not advanced. Okay, on the next slide's the outline. So I will talk about the process for commission recognition of final plans. And this is a bit of a review. We did give a similar presentation in November of 2019. And then Harmony will talk about some programmatic stuff, including activities around our learning partnership with the 4 places and some information about the status of the planning assessment that we're undertaking. And then she will talk about the scope of the independent evaluation of the pilot phase of place-based planning. And then we'll have some time to take questions in regard to those materials. And then the planning groups will come on and give an update to you about their efforts. Just sort of a review about the origins of place-based planning and where we've come from. In 2015, Senate Bill 266 was passed that gave us authority to undertake this effort. And we published some draft guidelines in 2015 also that were meant to guide both the state and the places in terms of how to undertake this sort of planning. And I will refer to those guidelines here in my presentation. And then we've had the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, both the 2012 and the 2017 update. And again, I'll refer to that document in my presentation here. If we look at the 2017 version of the IWRS Recommended Action 9A, continue to undertake place-based planning, It describes some examples of how we might do that. And I put those up here for you, really just to show that that has been our guide for us, for Harmony and myself, and for the department. And we have been implementing those 4 examples that you see on the screen here today. And we will talk in some detail about the second 2, about promoting the peer-to-peer learning and about the planning assessment. And that information is found on page 118 of the 2017 IWRS. This slide is just a review of the 5 planning steps, and we have covered this a number of times. So I would really just like to draw your attention down to planning step 5, if I could. Planning step 5 is really about the local groups adopting their plan and beginning implementation. And so adopting the plan involves them adopting a draft and then coming to the state for recognition of their final plan. So that's where we'll focus here today. The draft guidelines, as I mentioned, they're quite brief really on how the state would go about the planning step 5 piece in terms of state agency review of the draft plans and then recognition of the final plans. So I've sort of boiled it down here to what it says there. In those draft guidelines, really, that information's all found on one page, on page 16. And so we were sort of charted with taking the what, I would say this describes what should be done, and figuring out how to do it. And the how to do it is what we did with the step 5 guidance that we've developed. But the important thing here is that the draft guidelines tell us that the state agencies would review a draft plan. And then that gives the local groups an opportunity to incorporate feedback from the state agencies into their final plan. And then they would present a final plan to the commission. And what would the commission be looking for in a final plan? According to these draft guidelines, they're really looking to see that the plans adhered to the draft guidelines and that they were consistent with statewide goals. So the step 5 guidance that we developed, we managed to take that information that was found on one page of the draft guidelines and make it into about a 25-page guidance document that gives some meat to that and really help the groups understand what should be done in regards to planning step 5. We developed this guidance with input from both the agency partners who will be helping us review the draft plans and input from the planning groups. So we really wanted everyone to understand early on, well, this was in late 2018 and early 2019, what that guidance would look like and incorporate their feedback. So I think we built a product here that is helpful to them and that they understand. We distributed that draft guidance in September of 2019 is when it was first published as a draft, and then we presented to the commission in November of 2019 specifically on that guidance piece. So today we want to go over this again because we're getting closer to having some plans before you, and so we want to make sure you're aware of what this guidance is about and make sure anyone who's listening today is aware. And we can make this guidance, we've distributed it quite widely, and we can give a copy to anyone who is interested in really looking closely at it. The guidance includes guidance for both the agency review process and then the commission recognition of a plan. So here's the sort of the steps to commission recognition. First, the state agencies would review a draft plan, and the guidance includes things such as criteria for the agencies to look at when they're reviewing the draft plan. It includes an example plan template, and it includes the the required plan contents. So that's the sort of information that's in that draft guidance. The planning group would take the feedback from the agency review and incorporate that into their final plan. And then we will schedule it for a commission meeting to be presented to the commission. The final plan and a staff report would be posted for commission meeting, as is typical of commission meetings. The planning group will come and present to the commission. Then there would be an opportunity for public comments, as most agenda items have. And then the commission would consider all that information and make a motion to hopefully adopt the plan, or excuse me, recognize the plan. And that motion would be memorialized in something for the planning groups. So that's sort of the general steps. And here, the next slide is about the considerations of the commission. First of all, you would consider the plan. Hopefully we'll have a chance to read that plan or read the executive summary portion of the plan and be informed about the plan. The planning group will present to the commission at a meeting. You'll consider the recommendation from the interagency review team, or what we call the plan review team. The plan might have letters of support that accompany the plan. And then there would be public comment on the plan. So those would be basically the things that the commission might consider in their decision to recognize a plan. And Harmony will pick up here, but then when she's done, we could take questions on my piece or Harmony's material.
Thanks, Steve. Commissioner Reeve, or Chair Reeves, commissioners, thanks for having us this morning. So I'm going to pick up, as Steve mentioned, the way that we are implementing recommended action 9A includes peer-to-peer learning opportunities. This was initiated back in 2018 with generous support of Oregon Community Foundation as well as Sustainable Northwest. We were able to do 2 collaborative gatherings. And then from there, the Ford Family Foundation supported each of the groups going to each other's places. And in this past year, we've convened the groups in what we've called virtual conversations. The groups identified a desire to learn more about communication and outreach. And we just want to take a moment to recognize and thank those who participated in that. You can see kind of towards the end of your packet who was able to join us for these. But for the first one, Representative Owens was able to get some of his colleagues from the Water Committee and from the Senate together to talk with the groups about how to engage with legislators. For the second one, we had a team from the Mid-Coast Water Planning Partnership, the Institute for Natural Resources, Oregon Explorer, and Creative Resource Strategies talk about how they're taking these mega dense technical documents and putting them into really accessible web-based formats. The third one was Katie Krummick, a consultant, as well as Sally, I'm blanking on her last name, from Sustainable Northwest, who helped us learn about how to collaborate in a virtual environment, drawing from their own expertise. And then we had Misty Freeman from the Legislative Policy Research Office talk to us about presenting complex information to decision makers. And then finally, Oregon's Kitchen Table talked to us about their expertise for community engagement and support of decision making. Could you click forward, Steve? Thank you. So as we talked with you in June, we're currently working on a planning assessment to help us answer this question here on the left. How can we structure and support future planning to meet in-stream and out-of-stream water needs and strategically guide investments? We just wanted to give you an update. We've made progress on A, B, and C. We're just going to very briefly kind of share some key takeaways from those, as well as work that we're embarking on for Element C. So Element A was really trying to understand what are our roles and responsibilities as described in our guiding documents. So we looked through all of our statutes, rules, executive orders, strategies, plans to look for different mentions of planning, plans, and look at those in context to better understand what our roles and responsibilities are with respect to planning. We had 14 key findings. We don't have them all listed here, but these are just a couple highlights. So one is that we do have a clear responsibility to devise and promote plans and programs. ORS 536-231 says the Water Resources Commission shall devise plans and programs for the development of water resources of the state in such a manner as to encourage, promote, and secure the maximum beneficial use and control thereof. There's other language like that in our statutes. But there's also a lot of different plans mentioned. We found over 60 different plans mentioned in our guiding documents, and the role for the department varies greatly depending on the type of plan. We do have authority to conduct and support basin planning, but there is no clear or consistent framework or approach for how we're supposed to do that. Also, it was difficult to discern from the guiding documents themselves the link between planning and other functions. It wasn't always entirely clear. So Steve has been in charge of Element B, which is learning from others both in and out of Oregon. He has conducted a literature review, and so at now at 40 articles and counting, conducted 8 expert interviews, and is comparing the planning approaches across 6 different states. And these are just a couple key findings, just a couple teasers that he's drawn from his research. And we'll draw your attention to this quote from the Yakima Basin, that partner trust and great facilitation led to Yakima Basin success. So he is trying to take all of this information and really glean from other sources what are lessons learned and best practices that we should take into consideration as we think about the future. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about Element C. So Element C is composed of 3 pieces: an agency retrospective on place-based planning, a comparative analysis of past OWRD supported planning, and then the place-based planning evaluation. I'm going to focus on the place-based planning evaluation piece of Element C. So just where we're at in the process, we, as Steve mentioned, we do expect plans in 2021. We actually expect 3 plans in 2021. The legislation also sunsets in 2023, so the timing is really the timing is now. And we also received $50,000 in the last biennium to conduct an independent evaluation, which we're incredibly grateful for. We are in the kind of nearing the final stages of drafting a scope of work with the National Policy Consensus Center to perform an evaluation, and we expect that the work will be performed from March to November of this year. It's getting started here soon. So the National Policy Consensus Center, they have their own kind of research branch, and under the leadership of the research program director, Dr. Rebecca McLean. She receives support from PSU faculty and student interns to apply, the cutting edge evaluation techniques in support of programs and efforts across Oregon. And in keeping with their core principles, their research really emphasizes participatory and inclusive approaches, which is a really good fit for our work. There's a lot of great examples of work that they've done. You can see on the left-hand side work they've done to support the sage grouse efforts, as well as forest collaboratives and other collaborative groups across the state. Dr. Rebecca McLean will be joined by Dr. Emily Jane Davis, who's an assistant professor, extension specialist, and also the associate director of the Ecosystem Workforce Program. And between them, they have decades of experience in evaluation with focus on collaborative processes and programs. So we're very, very excited to be working with them. And just a very high level snapshot of what the evaluation will look like. So there are 3 steps. The first step is developing an evaluation framework. And they're going to do this again, a participatory process through interviews and a focus group, getting input and feedback on what that framework should look like. Then the second step is actually applying that framework. And so we don't know yet what the design of that step will look like, because it really hinges on what they hear from that first step. And then the third step is bringing it all together, compiling and sharing the findings. They're anticipating 5 different evaluations, 1 for each place, 1 for the state, that will then all be pulled together into a comprehensive evaluation. And this has been a learning experience for me, and I would expect it will probably be a learning experience for others who haven't dedicated their life's work to evaluation. But it's been really, really great learning from Dr. Rebecca McLean about evaluation processes and understanding what goes into this work. So an evaluation framework is really it's the tool that you use to perform an evaluation in a consistent way. And a participatory evaluation is one that involves the program participants in that evaluation process. And I think the really neat thing about the work that they are proposing is that we can take and use this evaluation framework into the future to continue to track progress and adapt the process as needed so that we can achieve the desired outcomes and make sure we're on track to achieve those. And it can be useful for both the state as well as the places in doing that. And I'll turn it back to you, Steve.
Okay, well, in a moment here, Holly will bring up the presentation and share that with you for the planning groups. But just for anyone that's new, I just thought I would point out where these 4 planning groups are. We have one on the Mid Coast, one in the Lower John Day, one in the Upper Grand Ronde, and one in the Harney Basin. And I just wanted to thank the 4 groups, all the hard work they put in so far, and they're all making good progress. And Harmony and I really appreciate them coming today to present on their work, and really appreciate all the hard work they've done. I'll stop sharing my presentation now.
Good morning, commissioners and Chair Reeves. Thank you so much for listening to our updates today. I'm about to share my screen and we will get into our presentation. Give me just one moment.
Before you begin, Holly, I was remiss. I forgot to see if the commissioners had any questions for myself or Harmony. Was there anything pressing, Commissioner Reeve, that you want us to address?
Sorry, I was muted. I don't think so. I think we can hold questions to the next time there's a good opening.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. So Chair Reeves and commissioners, as I said, my name is Holly Mondo. I am the project manager for the Harney Basin Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative. And today we have a couple slides just to update you on each of the pilot projects, and then we would like to talk to you about some other things as well. So the roadmap for our presentation today is just, as I said, some updates from each pilot group. We'll then talk about some common issues and opportunities that we've identified during our planning efforts that we'd like to share with you. We do have some comments on the proposed state agency budgets. And then lastly, we'll talk about some proposed legislation that we've also talked about as a big group. For now, I'd like to introduce Brenda Smith and Representative Mark Owens to give you an update about the Harney Basin. Brenda and Mark.
Thank you, Holly, and good morning, Chair Reeves and the Commission. I'm getting us started off this morning with the Harney Basin. And just a little bit again about the collaborative. We've talked about it before, but we got this effort underway in 2016, and it's really hard, honestly, to believe that it's been that many years. The one thing that I can affirm most positively about all of this work is really the dedication of our community and actually our water resource partners, Harmony and Steve. We have had a change in project managers as well as facilitators since we initiated our effort, and it's really a testament to Holly and our facilitator Jack Southworth in being able to keep things moving and keep people interested and working together on this very important and hard issue around water. So we actually have over 40 folks that have signed on to our governance agreement. They are a diverse group of community members, as well as folks that actually share a love and concern of the Harney Basin. And we actually have a process for everyone that is interested in collaborating with us to participate. We have a number of sort of groups that work together. We have a coordinating committee, and this is members of the collaborative who have sort of committed to helping guide the process, how the meetings are put together, you know, who needs to present, and really providing sort of that information to Holly and Jack so that we have effective meetings. We also have a strategy team that works directly with Holly and Jack to ensure that ensure sort of best participation in our collaboratives. And then finally, we, as a way actually that we have come together to collect information for steps 2 and 3 of place-based planning, we have working groups, an agriculture working group, rural domestic wells, vegetation management, and ecological working group. And I want to point out that we have a new website and an outreach campaign, harneyswaterfuture.com, and we're really pleased with that resource and how it's come together. So with that, I'm going to let Representative Owens jump in here.
Chair Reeves, members of the commission. Hi, seems like we were just here a little over a year ago. Hope you're all doing well, and what a year it's been. Can you imagine trying to collaborate through Zoom platforms? I can only see 2 faces or 1 face here. It's honestly been very difficult. The progress that we've made in Harney Basin has been slow, but it is actually still remarkable. If you would have asked me last time we were at a commission meeting, could you do this virtually, Mark? Could you do collaboration through Zoom? I would have laughed. But we were given a deck that we had to play. And Holly and Jack, and the commitment of our community and the commitment of people in our place-based planning has been exceptional. But it has also caused some issues that we're, once again, maybe working in silos. And to be completely honest with you, we're struggling. We probably had our most convoluted place-based planning meeting last month. We're having some issues. We'll get to those issues farther in the next slide, but I just wanted to start with that and articulate some of that. But it's good to see you guys. Hope you're all doing well and safe, especially with the weather we've been having. So what have we learned in the water situation in the basin? If you can remember, back in 2015 in May, the department came into our community and gave us a blue chart that said, hey, we might have an issue here. We might have over-allocated your basin. And that information was from 1972 that showed that we were significantly over-allocated. The department said, we'll do a groundwater study, we'll team up with USGS, and we'll try to figure this out. That happened in parallel with the community-based water planning starting. That study still isn't quite finished, still not published. We haven't seen the final data, but we have seen some slides on some of the situation that it is. And the situation is, for lack of a better word, worse than what it was in 2015. Now we've been told that we're probably over allocated close to 120 to 160,000 acre feet. So let's put that in perspective. Agriculture use in the basin is 120 to 140,000 acre feet. That math's not too hard to figure out. We do know that it's not uniform throughout our basin. There's Kona depressions, and as most people would assume, they're by the pumping centers. And the geology of that ground, the pores of that ground has caused those Kona depressions to go down where the pumping centers are. So even though our whole basin is over allocated, majority of the effects are centralized in different areas around pumping zones. What else have we found out? Well, we found out except where the water bifurcates out from the Silvies River, the most of the water that we're pumping is paleo water, 10,000 plus years old. The only traces of modern water is where we get some surface water flooding in the spring through runoff. But once again, that's not where most of the groundwater irrigation comes from, because that's areas that are being watered with surface water. So most of our groundwater extraction is real old. So it's not looking very positive. The domestic well user group, we've talked to you about them before, are very active. We were able to get funding for a study to understand the impacts that it has to domestic users. And that study was great. We can go into more detail later. I actually could probably share it with you. But that survey reported that 170 domestic well users have reported declines in yields and rate of their wells in the last 10 years. And that the overallocation of the state has caused significant problems to domestic wells and to ag and to groundwater dependent ecosystems. They're all combined. So some of the critical issues that we've been working with and some of the incentives or some of the tools that we hope to put in our program in order to address groundwater, we'll be developing incentive-based programs, CREP, conservation through efficiencies, NRCS equipment. We need to make sure that our domestic users have a safe, secure supply of water, hopefully through funding to help them deepen wells. We could figure out how deep we need to go through the rate of decline that is currently happening until we hopefully eventually get to a reasonably stable groundwater level that isn't by statute. And that's all groundwater. If you guys remember, we broke ours up in 2 phases. Phase 1, groundwater, by trying to make some timely decisions before the next Rules Advisory Committee comes into our basin. And then we have to deal with surface water. Brenda, you want to take the first part of slide 6?
Yeah, I'm watching our time, Mark, too. So
Sorry.
I don't want to hog it all for our other partners. So just quickly, we have had, our group has had 2 summits, water planning summits, and have developed over 70, have submitted over 70 potential strategies that could be developed and become part of the integrated plan. Sort of our key projects right now is we have moved forward with working on a water market feasibility study. So that has just been kicked off, and a consultant has been hired to work on that. We continue to work on a conservation reserve enhancement program, a CREP program, and plenty of challenges around that, but we see that as a great incentive-based opportunity. And then working on, how we're going to be able to help our rural domestic well owners that Mark just mentioned. Over 170 just reported that they have declines in their wells. So take it away, Mark, so we can pass it on.
Thanks, Brenda. And I'll apologize. This is the slide I said I was going to ramble on. a little bit. So I'll try not to, because apparently I was able to accomplish that on the previous slide. So I'll just get right to it. Our community is struggling still. Our community is struggling that the groundwater study hasn't been published. We don't know the exact extent. We're also very struggling that the department hasn't came out with clear communication on what is the next step. So our community's been dealing with this for 5 to 6 years, and we're at a crossroads here. Do we wait for the study? Do we wait for the department to say what they're going to do in prior appropriation and where it will be? Or does the collaborative put that out there? I say no. I say it's the state's job in order to say what the situation of the basin is and what regulatory action could occur. And then the collaborative is the other response. It's the community response. It's a volunteer agreement response. It's how we work through it as a community. So honestly, Commission, we're struggling. And it's not a fault to the state. They're struggling too. It's the first time we've done this, but it's a chicken and egg thing. And sometimes we get really concerned, and our community gets concerned because we don't want to be the regulatory agency. That has to be the state. But I apologize, and we'll let the other groups go on.
So I'll go ahead and introduce Dana Kurtz and Commissioner Donna Beveridge to give you an update on the Upper Grand Ronde Basin.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Donna Beveridge, Union County Commissioner and convener of the Upper Grand Ronde River Watershed Partnership. And Dana won't be with us today, but she works with Anderson and Perry, and we hired them at the very beginning to be our project manager. And we've had the same project manager from the beginning, which has been very helpful for us. Instead of having to teach different people, you know, what we've already worked on. So that's been very helpful. So Union County is the convener. We're the ones that applied for it. Steering committee. We usually have our steering committee meet an hour before our regular meeting with all of our stakeholders so that we can make sure that we're organized and we know what we're going to be talking about so we can move the meeting along quickly. That's the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Water Resources, the Farm Bureau, the City of LeGrand, and also we have a couple of landowners on there too. We have over 25 partners that have signed on, probably over 50 that have signed, 40 that have signed our MOU. We do have a rule that you need to attend 2 of the last 3 meetings in order to be able to vote when we vote on things. The agencies are Oregon Water Resources Department, DEQ, ODF&W and ODA, and our agriculture groups, NRCS, Union County Farm Bureau, Union County Seed Growers, the Mint Growers, and the Cattlemen. Our municipalities, LeGrand, Union, Cove, Island City, in-stream groups, Grand Round Model Watershed, Union Soil and Water Conservation District, and the Umatilla tribes. And then we have many politicians, funders, landowners, and citizens that, that attend our meetings. A couple of things I wanted to say is what we've learned about this is that we have groundwater uncertainty. We don't know if we're short on groundwater because we have no data. And so that is one thing that's in our list of priorities, is that we'll be able to get more data on our groundwater. Surface water quality. There are some areas, because if you'll see that picture of the flooding that we have, you know, that's hurting our water quality, whether it's for the fish, agriculture. It hasn't really hurt our municipalities, but our surface water deficit that we have in the late summer, and then we have too much water in the early spring. And so that's where the natural hazards come in, where we're working on, you know, trying to make sure that we have the right amount of water year round, and climate change. So data gaps are also, like I said, with the groundwater, that's where our main data gap is. Next screen, please. Okay, the solutions and strategies that we're considering. We started out with about 50 different strategies, but we decided to pull it down to 9, and we didn't want to leave any of them out, but we did highlight them, what was top, second, third, fourth, like that, so that we would know what to work on first. So of the 9 strategies, the top 5 are considered priority: built storage, above ground storage, and underground storage. So we have applied for a feasibility study, and we're hoping by June to know if we get that or not. And the tribes in ODFW have signed on to that with us. We got letters of support from the Oregon Cattlemen, the Farm Bureau, Grand Round Model Watershed, and the tribes. So we're hoping to get that feasibility study for the storage. Land management, agriculture land, data collection, monitoring, and research, non-structural water storage and habitat management, and land management on our public land. Right now we have separate working groups working in each of those areas, including the ones below that, down to 9. And those will be part of our step 5 report that we turn in to the commission. How can state agencies support us in finishing and implementing our plans? Support our technical and funding, which the state has been really good with that. Some things that would be a little more helpful is if some of the state agencies would share their information. And I think it would be easier for us to get that information if it was shared more between the state agencies. What has gone well and not so well? Learning, collaboration, and community awareness on water issues. That part has gone well. Like I said, we have a good group. We're on the radio, we are in the newspaper, on the internet, and then word of mouth is the way that's gone. And we feel like for a county of 26,000 people, we have a very diverse group of people. Our ability to obtain data and analysis support from state agencies has been a little bit of a challenge. What I talked about before is some of it, there is no data, and then some of it maybe isn't shared between the agencies. And the ability to develop strategies has been limited by those same data gaps. Next. Okay, I want to introduce Alex and Adam from the Mid-Coast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alexandria Scott, and I am the local planning coordinator for the Mid-Coast Water Planning Partnership. I am joined this morning by Adam Denlinger, who is one of the co-conveners for the partnership, and he represents the Seal Rock Water District, who is also the fiscal agent for the Water Planning Partnership. I'm also joined by co-convener Harmony Burright with the Oregon Water Resources Department, but I will be doing the presentation for the Mid-Coast group this morning. So I just want to thank the commission for the time this morning to give you guys an update on our place-based planning project. We follow a distributed leadership model. So there's plenty of opportunity for leadership within our partnership. So we have the co-conveners who I already mentioned. We also have a coordinating committee. This is 12 to 14 volunteers representing diverse interests such as special districts, municipalities, farms, businesses, conservation groups, tribes, state and federal agencies, universities, and they oversee the process. They make sure that it is responsive to the needs and interests of the full partnership, and they help connect the communities they represent to this planning process. The partnership itself is the decision-making body, and that they will ultimately determine what is included in the Mid-Coast Water Action Plan. Since 2016, we have had over 70 members sign our governing document, which is our charter, and we've had over 180 stakeholders engaged in our planning process. Project support is supplied by myself, the local planning coordinator, and a consulting team composed of Creative Resource Strategies LLC, OSU's Institute for Natural Resources, OSU Extension Services, and Oregon Sea Grant. And they came on in July of 2020. As you can see, the partnership has received funding from a diverse amount of sources. And we wanted to just take a second to acknowledge and thank our funding partners for their support in this planning process. If we could go to the next slide. So the Midcoast Water Planning Partnership is currently in planning step 4, which is strategy development and prioritization for the complex water needs of the region. We plan to complete this planning step by June, and we plan to spend from June to December working on planning step 5. So we'll be looking at being ready for implementation by January 1 of 2022. We have a suite of anticipated products that will be coming out of this planning process, but I just wanted to highlight the fact that we will be hosting our water action plan using a virtual platform. That platform is the Oregon Explorer site, and that is a collaboration between the Institute for Natural Resources and OSU's Libraries and Press. We chose this method and this platform to be able to communicate and visualize key planning elements. As you all know and are aware, complex water resource data can be really draining, and we wanted to try to find a way to communicate about water in a visual platform that will be easy to track implementation, incorporate flexibility, and facilitate updates, and lessen reliance on institutional knowledge, so we can adapt as we move through this planning process. What have we learned about our water situation? In planning step 3, we defined the key water issues that you see above. So these were the common themes that we found in the issues as we were going through. So source water development and protection, reliable water infrastructure and operations, water conservation and efficient use, ecosystem protection and enhancement, enhanced regional collaboration. And that last one is a huge piece for our planning group. We've seen leaps and bounds in this throughout the planning process, but those are the 5 key themes that we're following as we work to draft our strategies and actions. So we are currently in phase 1 of strategy development and prioritization. And as we are thinking about developing these strategies and actions, we've been asking our partners and will be asking our partners, who will be implementing? What will be the cost? What are the likely sources of funding to support the action? What is the predicted timeline? Is it short-term, long-term? And how will we measure success? And we feel that this is a huge part of creating a plan that is actionable and won't sit on the shelf. And that's very much been a driver, not only for our place-based planning group, but the other place-based planning groups as well. And a lot of our strategies that we've been discussing in our drafting strategy sessions have had to do with education, workforce, funding, what funding is available, filling data gaps, but we're still early in the strategy development and prioritization process. If we could go to the next slide. So how can state agencies support the Midcoast Water Planning Partnership? As we're thinking about wrapping up our plan, we're already starting to think about implementation and what kind of technical assistance and funding we might need for that. So I've provided a suite here of ways that we can help, but really I want to highlight more capacity for state agency partners to support current and future place-based planning efforts. I think this is going to be key as we work to implement our plan, but also for the future planning groups that will hopefully take up this model around the state. We already see limited capacity and time from our state agency folks, and we feel that this is an important thing to highlight. Also, create and implement a long-term sustainable vision for a connected network of water partnerships statewide. We feel that the Oregon Water Resources Department and Ford Family Foundation giving us the learning partnership as a platform has been a great way for us to create a network within the place-based planning groups. And I think it's really highlighted the need and desire to connect water planning partnerships across the state, and not just focusing on our own individual water issues and needs, but the needs and issues across the state and how we can work to address those and where the commonalities and differences are. Highlights and areas needing improvement for planning, kind of what has gone well, what hasn't gone well. What needs improvement? We foresee long-term support and funding for implementation as a big need. A quicker timeline to develop a water action plan. Obviously, we know that there's not a one-size-fits-all model for place-based planning, but to keep partners engaged, maintain funding, and also hit some of the pressing matters and the pressing needs. We need to develop a quicker timeline for this. A coordinated statewide effort to develop interconnected water planning partnerships, like I mentioned before, and then data availability and analysis. This is something that all of the place-based planning groups have touched on, but understanding what data exists, how can we address the gaps? With the limited resources we have, how can we use the data in the most meaningful way? And then what has gone well? We've been able to build a community centralized around water despite different perspectives and backgrounds. We've raised awareness of water issues in the region. We've created outreach projects that capture core elements of Midcoast water to be able to educate and communicate with our local community members. And then also the adaptability and willingness of our partners to move to a virtual platform to complete the plan on time and more efficiently. This has been a huge thing that we want to thank our partners for. It has not been easy this last year having to move to a virtual platform, and we've made leaps and bounds with planning, moving to this platform, and we've been able to welcome new partners into the fold by moving to a virtual platform. So we've really seen improvements there. And that is all from the Midcoast Water Planning Group. If Adam Denlinger has anything to add, if not, I'm going to introduce Debbie Bunch with the Lower John Day River Planning Group.
Thank you, Alex. I thought I turned on my, there we go. Video, hello. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you today and update you on our planning process. I am Debbie Bunch. I am the coordinator for the Mid-John Day Bridge Creek Watershed Council, and I've been the co-convener for the Lower John Day Place-Based Planning Group for I think about 4 years. My other convener, Herb Winters with the Gillum SWCD, is also on the call today. So Lower John Day Work Group, we have a dedicated group of participants that meet monthly. Even under our current COVID restrictions, we're still meeting monthly. This last year has been limited to virtual meetings, which definitely poses some new challenges for all of us. A lot of our work this year has been completed separately from our regular meetings in subcommittees. But the decisions that we're making is in the full group by those 17 signers on our governance document. Next slide. As you might expect in Eastern Oregon, we've identified several issues that are related to the limited water that we have available in our basin. Low summer flow and water quality issues that stem from little or no water in our streams, unmet agricultural and in-stream needs, and limited municipal water are all common issues for our watershed. This place-based planning process has allowed us to better define those issues and give some numbers to work with. But of course, we also have some data gaps, just echoing the other groups, groundwater especially. And those data gaps do limit our full understanding of what our challenges are or what our opportunities are that we have in front of us. Next slide. The Lower John Day Place-Based Planning Group has developed a pretty comprehensive list of issues and strategies, and I think we're splitters more than lumpers. We have 20 critical issues and 46 strategies that we're working with at the moment. And we've been focused on step 4 and prioritizing which watersheds and which strategies will make the greatest difference in meeting those unmet water needs. Our subbasin, as far as funding goes and implementing those strategies, we're in a pretty good position for on-the-ground conservation practices. Gillum Soil and Water Conservation District has received a Regional Conservation Partnership Program grant from the Natural Resources Conservation Service. And we're also working, a couple of our watersheds are included in the Focused Investment Partnership grant through the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board that the John Day Basin Partnership received about 2 years ago. We do still need some funding to address those data gaps, like I mentioned earlier. Municipal water issues, monitoring, those aren't necessarily able to be funded under the current funding, those that I previously mentioned. This place-based planning process has given us an opportunity to get to know our neighbors, our other people that are, other groups that are interested in water in our area. So our collaboration and our relationships, building those relationships through this process has really gone well. I appreciate being able to reach out to other agencies or other nonprofit groups that I wouldn't normally have an actual working relationship with. We've received some great help from our state agency partners for data and analysis. And we do continue to struggle with landowner participation. And mostly that's a prioritization for them to, get the work done they need to on their farm or ranch, as opposed to spending 2 or 4 hours in the middle of a day in a meeting with us. We do keep them as involved as we can through emails of meeting notes and agendas and our reports that we're working on. Before COVID, we would go out to different community meetings and give presentations. Those mostly haven't happened in the last year, so that's a little bit limited, but hopefully we'll start opening up a little bit and having some more of those again fairly soon. And I think that's all I have. So back to Holly. Thank you. Unless Herb has something to add.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. In the sake of time, I'm going to kind of speed through these next couple slides a bit because we do have a cutoff at 10:45 here. So Chair Reeves and Commissioners, you've heard some of these common issues and opportunities identified during the planning efforts from the groups during their presentations. But just to summarize, we've noticed that there's an uneven distribution of water resource data across the state. And, this affects the ability to plan for the future, and loss of existing information sources like stream gauges and well log data will both hinder current efforts and stymie future efforts to plan locally. So place-based planning groups really want this better recognition from agency staff of the time and commitment and capacity of compiling data. We've also noticed that there's an uneven contribution to agency support, both within agencies and between state agencies. So place-based planning has not really been prioritized by the necessary legislative support for additional staffing to support the effort. And we support improved sharing and analysis both between state agencies and local communities, and between state agencies that share information such as OWRD, ODA, DEQ, so on and so forth. We also support improved sharing and analysis of data between agency staff, i.e. Salem-based staff versus field-based staff. Lastly, it is unclear whether information needs identified at the basin scale will affect state-level priorities. It's unclear whether what we find will have any effect on state-level priorities to address those information needs. So again, more recognition of that. For implementation, we heard this earlier, there's uncertainty about the commitment of agency resources to implement place-based plans. And this has a lot to do with what implementation is going to look like for each group. We don't have that implementation defined yet, but are hoping to work together with the state to make sure that these plans don't just get put on the shelf after we're done. Lastly, really quick, place-based planning groups have great concerns about the budget proposal to remove $165,000 general fund dollars for gauging stations. We've heard from most of the place-based planning groups that these gauging stations are really important for data collection. And we have great concerns about the budget proposal to also remove $778,000 for observation wells. We need those observation wells again for data and to create our plans. I'm going to turn it to Mark. I know we're out of time, but hopefully Mark can get through this really quickly. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thanks, Holly. Chair Reeves, member of the commission. Before I go to the last slide, the last three slides that Holly talked about are very important. I think it talks about the direction of the department supporting place-based planning efforts and making sure that we're all on the same page. I'd request that maybe we could get some more time in your next commission meeting to have a discussion on those items specifically, because I think it'd be very important for you guys to understand what we're thinking and what we've learned and lessons learned instead of just a preview of how it's going. Proposed legislation. So none of this legislation was taken forward to these place-based plannings prior. All they've seen is submitted on OLIS. They haven't had a time to take it through their individual groups to get support. I was the one that actually introduced both of them. 2251 and 3105 would go to continuing supporting the current place-based plannings as they are written. One of the bills specifically asked for $100,000, $50,000 biennium to be split up between the four groups in order to finish planning and to start working on implementation, just to show that the state still has the desire to continue these conversations. It does not extend the sunset. It just shows a state interest. The other one is basically a placeholder. So when place-based planning groups come in to testify in front of the legislator, maybe they identify there's more of a need, and we could fill that need in the blank piece of legislation there that doesn't have a fiscal tied to it directly yet. But they have not been supported by the local place-based planning groups. It was just me trying to think ahead of how we can continue to support as at state level. Thank you for your time, and I think we're all open to questions if I haven't spoken too long.
Let's see, can we get the screen back? So we can, I think we could take, we are up to our time, but let's take a little bit of time for questions. You guys covered a lot of ground. Do any commissioners have questions of either Steve, Harmony, or the panelists?
So, Chair Reeve, I've got a couple questions, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. And Representative Owens, maybe I can direct the questions to you, but I was struck by a comment that you had said about the need to make decisions. And the two questions that stem from that are, do you think we have adequate information now to make the magnitude of decisions that you guys are wrestling with? And the second part of the question is, we've heard about the need for data and information, and I would like to understand your thoughts about how we make sure we get the kind of data and information available to local groups in a timely manner so that they can make these decisions before they become crisis-driven decisions.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Roberts, thank you for the question. I'll start with your first one. Do we have enough data in the Harney Basin to make those hard decisions? As soon as the groundwater study is published, we will. It has been delayed through USGS in order for publication. The department did in 512 rules make a commitment that the Groundwater Study Advisory Committee at the local level could have a preview of that before published. USGS put a stop to that. It was not the department. The information is going to be there very soon. I believe, and I could be wrong, that there's internal conversations going on with the department on what is the direction that they would like to make. I believe there's enough information that they could be putting out some preliminary conversations on what is going to occur. I know that's very sensitive, but trying to build that relationship with the community, I think we're real close there. And I would actually say we are. Not through the formal RAC, because the formal RAC cannot come out till after the study, but we can have some more direct conversations with the community on what the potential outcome is. Second question, data. So I'm on a mission as a state legislator, as a community member, as a convener of place-based planning, to make sure that we can figure out how to get proactive. We need to make sure that there's water budgets throughout the basin. We need to establish the minimum framework in order to understand how we can manage water better. And that is through the foundational of data. We need minimum stream gauges. We need points of diversion meter and measuring. We need to do the analysis of what's been allocated and what comes in and what goes out of a basin. We need to prioritize that as a state. If we don't, the litigation budget is going to continue to go up for this state, this department. This department's not going to have the resources in order to invest in managing the public resource. There's a cycle that is continuing to go here. We're being reactive instead of proactive. So we overallocate a basin, potentially because we don't have the data. Once we overallocate a basin, we get a lot of water calls, we get a lot of litigation. We need to get ahead. We need to make it a priority to get the foundational data we need to manage water better. There's a couple bills that are going to come through the legislative body. Chair Ken Helm and I are working on some concepts. Would love to get on for a half hour and have the discussion with this commission on how we can work together on that. Data is the biggest lacking information that I believe we have on consumptive use, to recharge, to in-stream and out-of-stream.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I had one follow-up to that, Representative Owens. Were you saying that I understand that the data that you're looking for out of the basin study, but I'm wondering, are you saying that it would be helpful to the planning efforts to know what the regulatory effect of that data will be? Is that what you were asking for?
Specifically in the Harney Basin, yes, it would, Chair Reed.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Because, I mean, we're at a crossroads, and this is me speaking as an individual, not speaking directly from the collaborative. I'll just be clear about that. Right now, the collaborative is trying to figure out what does reasonably stable mean? And in order to get there, how would we make recommendations? So if we come out as a collaborative and say, in geographic area X needs to reduce 30 to 50% of the water, we put ourselves and our community against our ag as a regulatory body. So we shouldn't be the first one that's coming out with that shot across the bow, for lack of a better word. The department needs to come out and say, in geographic X, the data is showing us that we're going to have to get reasonably stable. The only way to get to reasonably stable could be to potentially shut off X amount. And then we work with the community through a volunteer agreement in order to figure out how we meet the department's and the community's goals that we decide together and move forward. I believe it's the department to take that first shot across the bow and not the collaborative.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Other questions from commissioners? Joe, I see your hand up. Commissioner Mall?
Thanks to all of you for taking the time to present to us today. It's always informative and appreciate your passion, the frustration I hear, and the fact that you're still with it despite all that. I'm curious, and we don't have to get into the history of legislation that maybe led to this language, but as a commission, there are certain things that we can do and a heck of a lot that we can't do. And you probably don't want us meddling. You want to be able to work on the ground with WRD staff and other agency staff. I'm curious, June, September, whenever it is, when we're asked to, quote, recognize a plan. If I think about that word, and then I listen to what I'm hearing from you all, which on one hand is let the department be the bearer of bad news so that we can work with folks to work it out. Let the department drive a vision, develop and implement a vision, I heard. To me, that doesn't sound like asking us to recognize something. It sounds like asking us to advocate or endorse, or I think that's a big issue for us as a commission. If we're simply going to recognize something, I don't think that gives you, any of you, what you're asking for, either strength in seeking funding or a stick to say that regulation's coming. So at some point, whether it's today or certainly prior to when we're asked to vote at some level on these, I'd like to make sure that if it's really just recognition, that we're eyes wide open about what that means versus some other approaches to it. So I don't think that's necessarily a question, sorry.
Any other questions? Commissioner Quemps, we can't see you, so I want to just check in and see if you have any questions of anyone here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
First of all, thanks for the presentations. Second, I think the work of the independent evaluation sounds like an interesting product and one that could be informative, looking at each of the efforts in the state, and I hope that is useful in the future. And I'm wondering about Representative Owens talked about presenting to the legislature at some time in the future, and it seems like when we have 4 groups like this that are geographically distributed across the state in very different watersheds, some different hydrology going on, that it could be informative and hopefully compelling for the groups to present and identify for the legislature, again, some of these issues that they're seeing, the need for a better distribution of water resource data, a more even contribution between and among agencies to support the work, improving sharing and analysis of water data between staff, affecting state-level priorities. And again, I sound like a broken record, I'm sure, but all of that to me goes back to some of the concepts of the 100-year vision. And when you talk about some means of managing water for the future proactively, as Representative Owen said, and having the means to provide built infrastructure, which I think needs to include data management systems and data sharing and natural infrastructure, that kind of piece, I think, can better help these communities respond to community needs and the state departments when they get these products done. So I guess that's more than a comment and a question, but that's what I was thinking of as I listened to the presenters today. And again, thank you for the presentations.
Yes, I want to add my thanks to all of you, not just for making the time to be here today, and as you have done in the past, but as Joe remarked on, the fact that you're still here and still at it. We really appreciate that. It's admirable. I heard your request as well to come back again to talk more about the kind of going forward aspects of this. And I mean, I'll have to talk to Tom, the the scheduler in chief, but I'm sure the commission is totally open to that. And so I really appreciate you being here, and we'll see you again. So thank you.
Thank you.
So let's see, we have, what time is it now? 11 o'clock. So why don't we take 10 minutes and come back here at 11:10? Will that work will that screw up the remaining calendar or timing too much, Nirvana? Should we do something different? Because I think it was maybe Raquel and Bryn that had to be right on schedule.
Raquel and Bryn are scheduled to start at 11:55. So.
Yeah, but I mean, are they flexible, or do they have to start right at 11:55?
I think I'm going to need to look at Raquel's calendar. I would say her schedule's pretty tight, so we should try to err on the side of caution.
Okay, why don't we meet back here at 11:05 and we'll start up then. Is that enough time for everybody? Yeah, I got a thumbs up. Okay, let's do that.
Good.
Thank you. All right, it's 11:05. Might wanna wait a minute, get a couple more commissioners back. Joe? I think maybe in the interest of time, we should just go ahead and get started. Let's see, do we have Jake and Scott on? And are you joined right away by ODA folks, or are they joining?
That is correct, Chair Reeves.
Okay.
Lauren Henderson and Sunny Summers from Oregon Department of Agriculture are also on the line.
Oh, great. Thank you. Welcome, all of you. You can go ahead and get started, and we had a short break, so a couple more commissioners might wander in, but.
Okay, thank you, Chair Reeves. For the record, Jake Johnstone, Southwest Region Manager for the Oregon Water Resource Department. Also joining me is Scott Prose, Regional Assistant Water Master for the Oregon Water Resource Department, and Lauren Henderson, Assistant Director at Oregon Department of Agriculture, and Sunny Summers, who's the Policy Analyst Coordinator. So I'm going to turn it over to Sunny and Lauren to kind of discuss the origins of this position that Scott Prose did for us. And then we'll be going into a PowerPoint presentation. We'll get through that rather quickly to free up some time for questions and answers, both to us for our experience as well as the ODA folks. So great. Lauren, if you would be so kind as to.
I would. Chair Reeves and commissioners, first of all, Lauren Henderson, I'm the Assistant Director with the Oregon Department of Agriculture. Thank you so much for inviting us today. I think I can be fairly quick. We have the hemp program in our agency, and it has grown a lot since from the 13 growers that we had several years ago. And Southern Oregon particularly has been a trouble spot for lots of reasons, and particularly water complaints. And those were coming to me, and I realized pretty quickly that we had a lot of growers that were new to agriculture that saw hemp as a way to get in, and maybe didn't quite understand the complexity of water. And so I knew that was an issue. We knew that people were incorporating into their farms. And then what I didn't know was, are there really people that are knowingly abusing our water systems in a way that is not legal? And so I coached a lot of soccer in my days, and I was always good to look down on my bench. We oftentimes had guest players in tournaments from other teams, and I looked down on my bench and realized I didn't have anybody on my team that was a water expert at ODA, and nor do we have the regulatory authority to do about the complaints anyway. And so I went to my bench and saw my guest player as a sister agency in the water resources and thought, you know, I need help. They have the authority to actually do something about this. But what I didn't know is, were all the complaints valid or not? And we owed it to the complainants to follow up with them and not have it fall on deaf ears. And so I went to our program and saw that we did have a little extra funding. And a big thank you to Director Byler and Scott and Jake and everyone to be receptive to me asking, if I give you a little money, could you find me a staff person to help deal with this? And so that's what happened. I told them there were no expectations, that if they didn't find any problems, then I knew there were no problems. And if they found lots of problems, then we knew we had a problem and the complaints needed to be addressed. And so I will leave it there. I think you're going to hear about what we have found. And I will just add, we have figured out a way, I believe, to extend our commitment with water resources, to extend our offer of funding a staff person into this next biennium for another 2 years to continue to make progress. I don't think we can do that forever, but I would hope that you as commissioners could see that when water resources actually gets some funding and can dedicate and focus in an area, what that result could be And that comes in the form of an extra staff person who can think nothing about these particular complaints. So thanks again. Sunny's with us today. She's my cannabis expert in case you have any of those questions, particularly around hemp. But I'll turn it back to Jake and he can explain what they did. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair Reeves. Thank you for your support, Lauren and Sunny with ODA. It has been very helpful. So without further ado, I'll attempt to dive into sharing my screen here. Folks, let me know if you can see the presentation. Are folks seeing that?
Yeah, we can
Yes.
see it.
Sorry.
All right, thank
Yep.
you. No problem. So Scott Prose, again, Regional Assistant Water Master. I'll turn it over to him. He's going to do the majority of the presentation here, and I'm going to just help out with some commentary.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Chair Reeves and commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, for the record, my name is Scott Prose. I work for the Oregon Water Resources Department in the Southwest region as an assistant water master. And as they've kind of hinted at, it's been auditing and helping deal with a lot of complaints over hemp. And that's what we're going to go over today is just kind of some of the findings we had with the audit and how that audit was conducted. So let's see. Yeah, Jake, do you want to go to the next slide for me? Yeah, so the audit began, in earnest kind of back in April 2020. And this is just kind of the different facets of the audit that we incorporated. A big part of this was site investigations, actually going on to these sites and seeing if there was an issue. And that led a lot of times to education, being able to explain to people how water law works. There might have been misconceptions, things like that. And it just helps solve a lot of those issues, being on the ground and understanding what's going on. With that, though, there was also just education that was happening through outreach in general, taking phone calls, people had questions, or doing a little proactive work with that. And that leads us to being proactive in general, which was a little bit different for the Oregon Water Resources Department, and kind of addressing things in a proactive way, doing site visits proactively specifically. So that was new and exciting and many people were very grateful I was there. They had never met Oregon Water Resources person, and that was exciting, and other people were a little more nervous. But yeah, and then obviously there were moments where compliance and enforcement had to come into play for certain people that after education were not willing to cooperate. And so we can get into that as well. We'll talk about that. And another thing I want to mention at Lauren and Sunny, thank you, by the way, for introducing all this, is that, yeah, the collaboration with ODA has been really productive as far as sharing data and also being able to go out with hemp, some of the investigators that are down here, particularly Carrie Parasco. So that has been a collaborative effort working with the data, but also like getting contact information, things like that. And also kind of teaming up and sharing some resources. Here we have just kind of an overview of the registered hemp locations that we were looking at in the Southwest region of the state, which I was focused on. As you can see, Josephine and Jackson County have almost all of them. Douglas has a few up there, and Coos and Curry. But yeah, that's where most of my time was spent, is in Josephine and Jackson County. So with the sites we decided to visit early in the year, obviously many people don't have hemp in the ground, but some people do have greenhouses, and they needed registration per ODA rules to have that registration in before they started planting. So we went to these greenhouses, a few of them in the beginning of the season, and started to identify the irrigation district sites. That meant that we, particularly in Jackson County, would reach out to the irrigation districts and go through the list of registered hemp growers and see who was on there that land was a current customer, meaning that we really didn't need to go visit them, that the irrigation district would contact us if there was a water issue problem. Then address complaints. That was a big thing, obviously, getting into complaints and addressing citizens' concerns and educating them, as well as dealing with the people that educating the folks that, had issues, the neighbors had issues with. So that took quite a bit of time. And it says registered and unregistered. So we did receive complaints for people stating they were growing hemp that were unregistered. So we spent time on that as well. And then there was ancillary sites, meaning places that were close by on the map. You could see that, it was worthwhile to investigate. It was in the same area. They might have similar water use issues. For example, a stream runs dry. They might have been using their well, something like that. So 5, the fifth one is just, water masters had identified areas of heavy regulation. And so we spent a lot of time going into those areas, and I'll go into that a little more later. And then compliance checks. Time limited this a little, but we be trying to get to more sites and deal with issues, but we were able to go back and do compliance checks on a lot of properties and just seeing if they were still in compliance and if they had followed, the education we had give them and occasionally following up on enforcement when that was necessary.
And Scott, if I may, I just want to jump in here and let folks know that for the purpose of this audit and for the purpose of this presentation and report, we had to pick a moment in time. So you'll notice 9/11/2020 as a date there. All of the data will reflect that period of time. The registrations continue to be received by ODA, and we continue to be updated on those new ones. So just a caveat there.
Yeah. So, and one additional thing to what Jake said is that we continued to work off of that data till October 31st. And that's where the cutoff was for us of doing site visits and adding to the audit. So, yeah, at that time, there were basically 978 hemp growers and registered in this region. And that's the important thing to mention is that is about half of the entire state's total of registered growers. That's significant. And we were able to visit 187 sites, which is about close to 20% of the Southwest total. So they got personal interaction with OWRD staff, usually me, and occasionally with the awesome help of a water master or other assistant water masters down here that were able to make some site visits. And the site findings are kind of the important part. This is the big part of the presentation, I would say, and that's about 33% of the sites we were able to visit, they were found to have violations of some kind. And as you can see in the graph, the groundwater was the majority of those violations. People were using groundwater, for example, even if they had water rights for surface water for various reasons, and they were appropriating it illegally. So that was the big kind of concern that we found that ended up being we had to deal with. So yeah, here's I felt like a good map to kind of show some of the activity we were doing. The Christmas tree little things on there they're the site visits that we made throughout the Southwest region. And the red dots are the violations that we found. So again, about 33%, of the violations that happened, so about a third, 34.4, they led to enforcement action. So about a third of the people didn't get into quick compliance. And that's about 11% of the total site visits we had to do some sort of enforcement action with.
And if I can unpack that real quick for the commission, that enforcement action may be a measurement device notice on a domestic well. It could be a notice of violation for continued illegal appropriation of water or diversion of surface water. Sometimes the enforcement was, or rather the violation was, they're irrigating outside of their place of use and there was a method for them to get in compliance. And oftentimes folks who did end up getting in compliance, if they had no other option, they would truck water. So we can go into that more further.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, and again, like Jake said, trucking water, many of the sites we visited did claim that they were trucking water, that there was no, when we visited, they had said that there was no well use, that they were trucking, getting their water that way. Yeah, and then an interesting thing is that the majority of people we did visit did have valid water rights, 3/4 of them. And an interesting number that we found was that 27 of the people that had valid water rights, they also had a violation. And like I said, that often looked like well use, maybe for pH balance or whatever, or just ease of access. They were pulling from their well, without a groundwater right. So then we have, let's see here.
So again, that's just looking at
Oh,
the
go ahead.
same bullet point from before, 425 registered sites, about 320 had water rights of record. And of the 187 site visits, 20 of those were initiated to Scott and staff from a complaint specifically. And so when we look at the sites that came to Scott's radar from a complaint, 3/4 of those, about 75% of that 20, led to an actual violation. It's an interesting data point to add here, and it's not overly surprising considering someone nearby, a neighbor or what have you, said, I believe there's something wrong here. So we just wanted to pull that part of the data and explain that part.
Yeah, that's important. So many of the stakeholders that are very interested in this data are in Jackson and Josephine County. That's where the majority of our grows are down here, and presenting to both, in different capacities, showing them the data. So this is made primarily for them, but it also highlights the counties, how much is in each county and how much activity we did within those counties. As you can see, Jackson and Josephine County, many people do claim to truck water as their primary source of irrigation. And is there anything else there, Jake, you'd like to mention on the you're on mute, Jake. It looks like he might not be able to unmute. So I guess if you could just go to the next slide, we'll Yeah, so with the audit, we learned a lot. We did hit the ground running on this project, and there were some things we definitely this coming season will be improving on. And one of those is just the data, like the quality control, and being able to kind of know what we're working with in the beginning with ODA and kind of the contact information, things like that. And then data field collection. We need data that's useful to a lot of different parties, including the water masters. And sometimes we've been working with, the ODA investigators, Carrie Parasco down here, particularly finding ways to collect data that's also useful to them, to kind of respect the help that they've given us to make it mutually beneficial. And then there's been an issue we like to improve on where responsible party contact concerns. We've had issues with people who are responsible for some, a place we found a violation, that they are not they're not really in contact with us. Say they're leasing a property and they're difficult to get a hold of.
Right, Scott, if I could expand on that a little bit for the commission. What we mean by that is when we're looking to do an enforcement, we have to find the quote unquote responsible party. With these, as was mentioned by Lauren Henderson, there are some folks who came into this industry new to agriculture in general. A lot of the times they'll lease land from another individual, and whom is the responsible party ends up being a significant time commitment for staff. And sometimes that will change, and the individual who is the responsible party for the hemp operation may not even be on site. So some of our enforcements that we sent through the mails via certified met an untimely demise, and that the address associated with the registration did not become valid for enforcement purposes. So we're looking to make some improvements on that, working collaboratively with local partners and at a state level, just to try and get better addresses and follow-up information.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I mentioned this, just one of the things is just connecting with water masters throughout the state with helpful data to help them address some of the concerns with hemp growers and some of the new farmers that are moving in. And that's kind of, we've done a little bit of that this last year, but I think we're going to be able to improve on that quite a bit. And yeah, I think just the ODA collaboration has been very effective in the information they provide, but also just going on site visits together. It adds a level of safety and just helpfulness to the growers in which they can deal with two things at once. And it's great for the education process. So I'm excited to continue doing that collaboration and also connect inspectors to other water masters throughout the state. And so if they have any issue or if they run across something, that they can use each other as a resource.
And if I may elaborate on the support other regions and districts, obviously due to COVID, you know, the big elephant in the room, we did have some travel restrictions and limitations on that. We were able to support other regions and other water masters virtually and via phone calls and emails regarding the process we've developed and how we've gone through these site visits and compliance checks. Our hope is that moving into the next year, hopefully with some of those travel restrictions lessening, we'll be able to, you know, utilize Scott and other regions and kind of take this process that we've developed on the road to try and help further support other water masters, which I think was part of the, you know, the idea behind the audit in the first place. So
yeah,
yeah, go ahead, Scott.
It has been quite time consuming to address each place. And so it's been amazing to have all the help, you know, from different staff, including ODA with the information, because that is one thing I'd like to say is just, you know, collecting this data is really time consuming in many ways, but it's also proving very useful on our end and dealing with people and finding areas in which we need to educate folks. So it's, you know, and one of the things for this coming year is that it makes the data from the previous year even more valuable because we're able to kind of see the changes and also able to see areas of improvement. So.
Thank you, Scott. Chair Reeves, members of the commission, if you have any questions, we're happy to discuss and answer.
Chair Reeves.
Yes, Bruce, please.
Yeah, I appreciate the presentation. That was very informative. But it appears if you're only checking 20%, that you're way shorthanded to be able to really make a dent in what potentially is going on out there. And it sounds like your funding came from ODA. Where do we go from here? I mean, 80% of them were lucky and didn't get checked. So is there any plan to address the, you know, that's a pretty small percentage and it appears there's a pretty large problem from the data that you've brought back. Is there any reason to expect that other 80%, that there's not a large percentage of them not in compliance either, or taking water that they aren't entitled to?
That's a good question, Commissioner Corn. I'd love to let Lauren Henderson answer that first, and then I'll take a stab at it.
So thank you, Chair Reeves, Commissioner. I think the short answer to that is we've asked for more staffing resources in our HEMP program. We have a budget package to add 4 more, including a dedicated manager for the program. It has just grown and we haven't been able to keep up, particularly on the enforcement side. So where that might address your question is we have every intention of putting more staff in the Southern Oregon region that I think could maybe help Scott filter some of the complaints and be more boots on the ground, so to speak. Obviously, water resources is going to be a little bit limited in what we can give them and get processed. But I think Scott could be available to show our staff a little bit about this is just an educational thing versus, no, you got to hand this to us. And so that's what we can do, absent the funding that we're continuing to try to help. Because I think, as you heard, half of our registrations are in that region, in the entire state. And so I don't know that we can get half our resources there, but we do need to improve our presence down there and are working to do that, assuming the governor's budget continues to hold.
So this is not just industrial hemp growers, this is cannabis too you're talking about, right? For recreational use and those kind of things?
Go ahead, Jake.
Oh, good question, Commissioner Corn. So primarily what this audit was looking to focus on was ODA registered hemp sites and unregistered hemp sites, individuals who demonstrated that they are or represented that they were growing hemp. We have long been dealing with medical cannabis and OLCC cannabis since 2015. That is another part of our workload, but the numbers in this audit are specific to hemp agriculture.
So that leads me to a follow-up on, the cannabis is taxed fairly rigorously in the state. Is there any possibility to have access to those funds to help with these type of inspections and enforcement? I mean, your cross agency again, is it the alcohol commission? Anyway, there's a different, the taxing is different than ODA or the water resource department. Is there any legislative move to be able to access some of that tax fund to help with enforcement of these issues?
Commissioner Cord, to my knowledge, there is no legislative move at this point. There are, ongoing conversations with OLCC and OWRD regarding their application process. They have been, the OLCC folks down on the ground have been very cooperative and supportive of our process, and oftentimes their field inspectors will reach out to us. But at this point, I don't believe there's any allocation from the OLCC revenue specific to cannabis that goes to water resources.
It seems like that maybe is something that we would need to be looking at, and maybe Raquel can address that when she talks about the legislative updates. It's probably too late for this session, but it sounds like you've got a large problem that neither ODA or WRD has the funding to really address to the level it needs to be addressed.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Corn, you've asked a very good question. There has been some discussion with the Natural Resource Ways and Means chairs around what does administration of these programs look like. It's more than just maybe OLCC, and it may be more than just ODA. That has had a discussion. I had a budget note to our budget to work with OLCC for laboratory costs, because those are a problem too for testing. We do, in our statute for the hemp program, we can raise those fees to recover all of the costs of the program. And so that's how I'm paying for this effort by WRD right now. We may need to look at adjusting fees, particularly if I'm adding a whole lot more of our staff. We're looking to add 4 to 8 more, maybe possibly down there. And so longer term, I don't know what that means for an effort like WRD. I think we need Scott and Jake to continue to do the work that they're doing and show that they're making progress, and then those discussions that can happen. We're not getting any of those tax dollars today. Sunny, who's on the call, her position is paid for by OLCC, not specifically for hemp, but for the other parts of the cannabis policy. So I think it's certainly something that maybe could be brought up in the budget discussion in Ways and Means, particularly about this effort. I will be mentioning what we're doing here because I'm actually pretty proud of this agency and what Water Resources is doing and will do in this next biennium.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Reeves.
Sure, thank you. I had a similar question to Bruce's, I think, which was really about, it sounds like the legalization of hemp. I had the impression that there was already a lot of cannabis being grown in Southern Oregon before hemp was legalized. But it sounds like that really bumped up the use significantly, or the complaints. Is that accurate, or is there something else that caused you guys to decide to monitor or to audit the hemp use?
Chair Reeves, to give a little context, OLCC started legalization for recreational production in 2015. I believe it was 2019, I believe, in June, they put a moratorium on new applications for production sites because of the large number they were receiving. Also, the market was having a hard time stabilizing based off of the increase in production. Our complaints over time, we've seen a decrease in cannabis site visits and an increase in hemp site visits as hemp came online. Also, a big thing with hemp as opposed to cannabis, the OLCC program has tiered gardens around 1 acre or a greenhouse. Hemp at an industrial level and in the production we're seeing now, we had in the first year of hemp going live in Oregon, we had some in the Willamette Valley that were around 1,000 acres. And so the optics now is larger scale, and that calls to it a much more attention. you've got 40 acres as opposed to a 1 acre situation. But we've long been working in, especially in Southwestern Oregon, regarding cannabis related complaints, medical, OLCC, and now with the hemp.
So one other question, is there any other analog that should cause concern? I mean, I assume that this level of noncompliance has to do with a lot of new unfamiliar actors entering the space, but it also, I mean, I don't know that we've audited any other industry in any other location. It just made me wonder, is this, is there a reason to think this is kind of limited to this unique niche market, that level of noncompliance?
That is, Chair Reeves, that is a very good question. And yes, to my knowledge, the department never has proactively gone out and audited a particular crop type. Obviously, in this situation, and big thanks again to ODA for reaching out, for Lauren reaching out, giving us the capacity to do something like this. A water master, assistant water master is a multi-tool charged with understanding all the facets of the department. Scott Prose had the dubious honor of spending 95% of his time on these hemp farms. So we have not had the opportunity to audit, say, Filberts in the Willamette Valley or wineries throughout the state. That's not been a direction we've gone. I do think, though, that it's worth mentioning with the hemp industry, having spoken at some conferences in the Portland area for interested hemp farmers who are coming to the area, because of a lack of familiarity with farming on the West or water law of the West, there is a big part of this that ends up being education and outreach. People just didn't know. And then there are those folks who did know better and elected to go that route anyway. And so, through the funding of this position, through us getting out in the field, we're able to have those conversations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Bob, was that a hand I saw?
Yes, it was.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Reeves.
Mm-hmm.
Scott, I just had a couple questions maybe you could help me with. And one of them, I was struck that Douglas County had a much lower rate of violations than the other areas. And I was wondering if there's any inference that you could draw as to why they had a higher compliance rate. And then the second question, it's kind of more academic, I think, but have you gone back and done double checks on either those that were in compliance or those that were not to determine how effective our outreach has been?
You want to answer that, Jake?
Yeah, Commissioner Baumgartner. So
back there, Scott.
So there are 871 sites in Jackson and Josephine County alone. There are 98 in Douglas County. So a big part of that is just the sheer volume associated with the Rogue Basin. Again, Jackson and Josephine County have been producing cannabis, medical cannabis since '98. Who knows how much longer? Non-medical and non-legal grows. So there was a smaller number of site visits in Douglas County. That's something we want to try and remedy moving forward to try and get some more exposure there and get to a higher percentage on that. We did have one property where we issued a notice of violation. However, that property was growing cannabis that was not registered with ODA, OLCC, Oregon, or the medical program. In Douglas County, where they were utilizing a well without a water right to do so. And I'm going to briefly touch on the compliance component, and then I'm going to let Scott elaborate further as the more boots on the ground approach. But one thing we did this year is really try to cast the net primarily across the Rogue Basin to visit as many sites as possible for both education and compliance. As we're refining this, as Chair Reeves pointed out, we've never done this before. As we're refining our auditing process, we're looking at things of, whom are our first visits this irrigation season. And that's going to be compliance checks for folks that we visited last year. And then we tried to do as many compliance checks for folks that we visited earlier in the season, but that's kind of an evolving statement. How do you define compliance? Your water right was valid until July 7th when we regulated the Williams Basin and shut you off for a senior user. Now that's a compliance check. And so that's kind of a tough one for us to unpack. But Scott, if you have some more to add, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Commissioner Baumgartner, I'm grateful for your question, especially about the data. like Jake said, it's an evolving thing. I think what we're going to learn this time around is how effective some of that education really is, and even enforcement. So those places are a priority to gain that data. So, you know, we will learn if people are repeat offenders after education and after enforcement. And I think that's valuable for the department as a whole, but particularly, you know, also as this industry we're working with. You know, and I do want to state again, it's been said before, but there are, you know, with the many site visits I did, I can say that these are a lot of new farmers, and it is going to be very helpful to learn how receptive they are to the information we're providing to them, and I'm hopeful for that. But again, this next time around, I think is going to prove the data we've collected this time much more valuable, because that comparison is going to show us how valuable the education and enforcement and, you know, outreach and all those things, at least give us some numbers on to show the value of it.
Thank you.
Joe, did I see your hand up earlier?
Yes, if it's all right.
Sure.
Two things strike me. First is it sounded like there was some reassurance in being able to go out into the field together. Did I catch that right? So it was often that WRD staff and ODA staff were doing site visits together.
Yeah, Commissioner Mole. I would say that the kind of in August is when that started. I was able. Often I would go out with sometimes with OWRD staff, occasionally with me, or site visits alone. But we were working more towards doing site visits together with Carrie Carrasco was the main person down here. So we're in close relationship, and particularly on site visits that have concern. You know, if there's something that's off or it's been difficult to gain access, that is where I pursue, or Carrie will also pursue that we go together. And not to put anything on this particular industry, but there are occasions where safety is a concern for either them or me.
Yeah, I think there's a lot needs to be put on the industry because that's well known. And I applaud it. I hope that it's something that we could do with other agencies as well, because I think that one of the things OWRD suffers is the perception of it being an enforcer. And if working with other agencies that maybe have a different reputation as information sharers or supporters or other things could, I think, lead to some more productive conversations like I'm hearing you all having. I'm curious about the market, the shift already towards some larger growers. You know, part of the news here in the Willamette Valley, at least, but also I know in your area as well, that I thought there was a market collapse 2 years ago that led to some pretty big shifts. And I'm just curious if you all are seeing the continued saturation. As I understand it, processing is one of the limiting factors, but I'm curious what you see the trend is. Is the market sort of saturated and we now just need to get a handle on what's happening, or are we also tracking the market that continues to grow?
Commissioner Mole, I'll take a stab at that, and then I'd yield probably to Sunny because she probably has a better perspective on the hemp industry as a whole. What we've noticed versus the first year of hemp agriculture, where we did have large farms throughout the state, is in southwestern Oregon specifically, the acres per site is smaller. These are a lot of folks were cannabis farmers, and because of the difficulties in that market, they elected to go into hemp agriculture. It's primarily being farmed for flower down here, and whereas the OLCC regulated market confines you to the state, this hemp market allows for you to go above and beyond that. But Sunny, I would love your input on this one as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Moles, Chair Reeves, Sunny Summers, Cannabis Policy Coordinator for the Department of Ag. I think Jake's spot on. I think we are seeing a flattening. Part of it is there was probably a big shift of folks coming out of the regulated cannabis market when the state legislature put a cap on grower registrations. So we saw a lot of folks, we don't have any way of tracking, but the assumption was a lot of folks were coming over from that. And then the 2018 Farm Bill is what legalized hemp at the federal level and created a program within the USDA to regulate hemp, similar to what we see with pesticides and food safety, and then delegating that authority down to the states. And so the 18 Farm Bill, I think we saw a spike because a lot of our more traditional farmers were more comfortable with growing hemp, knowing that it was no longer part of the Controlled Substances Act and was going to kind of be legitimized more clearly. USDA has done amazing work. You know, the first month of 2019, they were on a month-long vacation, forced vacation, and they managed to get draft rules out at the end of that year. States had a year to be in compliance with those rules, and that actually got extended. I think 2020 has thrown everything up in the air. Oregon State University started the Global Hemp Innovation Center, and they're looking at working with other countries like China. China grows a lot of hemp, but they grow it for fiber. And so they're very interested in our essential oil varieties and product. So, you know, we were thinking last year that we might see a lot of hemp being shipped to China, and then with COVID, everything has kind of come to a standstill. So, you know, the moral of the story with anything cannabis related, be it hemp or marijuana, is you can't make it up. And what you think you know today may not be the same tomorrow. So I think we may have a little bit of a plateau, but next year it could be another spike. You know, it just depends on what happens.
Great, thank you again. I just know we hear at times of collaboration with ODFW and others, but this in particular, the degree to which you all have jumped on this and got good data and were thorough and seem very passionate about it is, I think, a model. And I just have to say, Sunny, that when Lauren introduced you as the cannabis expert, I can only imagine that's on your business card somewhere, and you get a lot of laughs out of that.
Okay, any other questions? Eric, did you have any questions? Can't. I don't want to leave you out.
Yes, Chair Reeves, thank you. I have a question.
Great.
Again, thanks for the presentation. I'm curious if 187 sites visited, 42% say they're currently trucking in water, so that's 78 sites. What are their sources of water, and is there any indication of what they're paying for that water?
Yes, Commissioner, I can attempt to address that question. So the water trucking thing is a very big time commitment for staff to validate and justify. I will say in the Rogue Basin, the municipalities, as part of their water right, have water fill stations, long have had water fill stations. So for example, in Josephine County, that's Grants Pass or Cave Junction. In Jackson County, that's Medford Water Commission at a location. So that's generally where water hauling companies will get their water. Following up for us, for staff, involves asking for receipts, asking for water contracts, that kind of thing. But when we talk about compliance, when we talk about water hauling, that's a difficult one for us to really put our thumb on, because that can involve Scott or other staff following up with an individual every couple weeks or once a month to say, are you still getting your water hauling? Please demonstrate your receipts. And along that earlier diatribe regarding responsible party, this can be difficult when the individuals on site don't keep any of the financial records. They yield to somebody else who's off site. And then it involves a lot of Scott's time following up via phone calls. Yeah,
I imagine it's very challenging. Thank you. It's a significant portion, and that water clearly has value. So I was just curious what the sources were, and appreciate the response. Thanks.
Yes, sir. And just to further elaborate, both Medford Water Commission and the City of Grants Pass, as part of their municipal water rights, do their water reporting. And I would put it out there just for context that the water hauling was less than 1% of the municipality's total use. That's a question that's come up in a lot of our conversations with stakeholder groups, how much of that municipal water is being trucked off site. And it's a small percentage compared to obviously the municipality as a whole and its consumption.
That's interesting. So they're using municipal water effectively to irrigate the hemp crop?
Correct, Chair Reeves. Yes, those who are hauling water from a legal permitted source.
Okay. So any other questions of our presenters? Thank you so much. That was a really interesting presentation and a great project. And thanks to ODA for, teaming up with Water Resources on this. It's great. I look forward to hearing more as this continues. Thank you. So let's see. We are a little bit early, but I don't know. Do we have our next presenters ready? Raquel and Bryn and Lisa?
I think we do.
All right, so we can dive right into the next agenda item.
All right. Good morning, Chair Reeves, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Lisa Snyder. I am the Administrator for the Administrative Services Division. And I'm here today to present, along with a couple other of my team members, to present Agenda Item F, the Budget and Legislative Update. In your packets today, along with the staff report, you'll find 2 attachments. Attachment 1 is the GRB summary document, which contains additional information for the items that I will be covering in this morning's presentation. In attachment 2 is a list of around 100 bills that we're currently tracking. I also want to mention that the full governor's recommended budget document will be posted on our website as soon as it's complete. And as I said, with me today are 2 of my teammates, Raquel and Bryn, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Chair Reeves, Commissioners, for the record, Raquel Rancière, Policy Manager with the Oregon Water Resources Department.
Chair Reeves, other Commissioners, my name is Bryn Hudson. I'm the Water Policy Analyst and Legislative Coordinator for the Oregon Water Resources Department.
Thank you. First slide, please. Thank you. So this slide is a side-by-side comparison of our budget current budget as of February session in 2020, as compared to the 21-23 governor's recommended budget. You'll notice that there is an increase to the general fund. It's about 3.4 million, about 9%, and to the total fund, which is about 4.2 million, an increase of about 3%. However, I also want to note on this slide that you'll see a decrease in the number of positions that we have. So some programs and services will be impacted by those reductions that you're seeing here on the screen. With the next several slides, I'll walk you through the puts and takes contained in the governor's recommended budget. Keep in mind the governor's recommended budget is the starting point for the legislature, and we won't have our final budget until early this summer, I hope. Package 87 is a total of $215,000 of the estimated $340,000 for costs associated with the transition of our servers over to the state data center, which is currently in progress here in this biennium and anticipated to be fully migrated by the end of this biennium. In package 90, we also received 1.5 million in general fund, or a proposed 1.5 million in general fund resources as recommended by the Racial Justice Council to conduct community-led assessments of water needs of Black, Indigenous, Latino, Latina, Latinx, Asian, Pacific Islander, Native American, and tribal communities. Convene a Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Advisory Group as part of the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. Assess and facilitate implementation of best practices to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion within the department's programs and processes. On the slide also, you'll see one FTE that is in italics. The position authority is not included in the GRB. However, we have discussed that a portion of this funding would be used to pay for a position. Raquel, did you have anything you wanted to add to this one? All right. All right, policy option package 101, protecting public safety and water supplies. This package proposes to protect public safety through the evaluation of dams and improves agency preparedness for emergencies, resiliency to natural hazards and climate change, and employee health and safety. There are 4 positions included in this package for a total of $1.9 million in general fund. The positions include 2 professional engineer positions to assess dams for seismic flood and other safety risks. It provides $400K for developing an Oregon-specific flood methodology for dams and $600K for engineering analysis on dams that have been identified as at risk for failure. It also includes a position for assisting the department and communities as they become more prepared for natural hazards, as well as implementation of the governor's climate executive order. One other position will help the department with the development, implementation, and training for a comprehensive safety program for the department. Package 103 proposes $800,000 in general fund that will assist with sustained increased costs for legal services that the department has experienced over the last several biennia, making this $800K part of our base budget. Package 104, maintaining the water rights and dam safety services. This is the first of 2 fee bills for the department. This one addresses the revenue shortfalls the department has been experiencing in the water rights and dam safety programs. You're going to hear more about this in the legislative update portion for House Bill 2142. This policy option package provides $565,000 in fee revenue and retains 2.5 FTE in the water rights division. And associated with this also is you'll see a revenue reduction package 070 in a little bit in a few more slides. Policy option package 105 is the second of our fee bills. And this package is related to House Bill 2143, which you'll hear about again in a couple more slides. And this package proposes to simplify the fee structure and increase the fees that support the hydroelectric programs at 3 agencies, Water Resources Department, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Department of Environmental Quality. This package proposes just under 1.3 million of fee revenue that will be distributed among the 3 agencies to help address future projected shortfalls at each of the agencies due to the increased costs. Policy option package 108 proposes 21.7 million in total funds to provide 20 million for recapitalization of the water project grants and loans program, as well as 500,000 for feasibility study grants and the associated debt service and cost of issuance for these lottery revenue bonds. Of note, this package was modified from the agency request budget in that an ongoing limited duration position is not proposed to be funded in this package. The governor's budget also provides or includes for carryover funding for projects that were authorized in this current biennium, 1921, that the COVID pandemic canceled the bond sale that was slated to occur later this spring. So the governor's budget retains that funding in our limitation for $43 million of projects, $14 million to Wallowa Lake Dam, $4 million to Newport Big Creek dams, $10 million to the Deschutes Basin Board of Control Piping Project, and $15 million to the Water Project Grants and Loans Program. So that first section was the puts, the adds to the budget, and this next section will talk about the reductions to our budget. Reductions include in package 70, this is the water rights revenue shortfall that I discussed previously associated with POP 104 and House Bill 2142. It impacts 8.83 FTE, 2 of which are restored in the POP 104 that I just referred to. It reduces the revenues in other fees by 1.69 million. In package 90, this is a pretty big package. It includes reductions related to both staff and funding pots. Staff reductions include 3 full-time vacant positions, a water right data tech, an assistant water master, and a hydrogeologist. It also reduces 2 partial positions, also vacant, grant coordinator and field services executive support specialist. It also proposes some reductions on office space or rent to support telework in the future. It reduces $165,000 from gauging station funding, $382,000 for feasibility study grants, $301,000 for groundwater studies, and $778,000 for observation wells. Raquel looked like she might have had something to add to that. Nope. Okay. All right, package 92 requires or removes $909,000 from general fund, which increases our vacancy savings target for the agency to 5%, which means that likely we'll be leaving some positions vacant for longer periods of time in order to meet the 5% vacancy savings targets. And with that, that would be the budget section, and I turn it over to Bryn unless there are any questions.
If commissioners have questions, they should probably just shout them out because I can't see you to know whether you have a hand up. Okay, I think I'll assume that there are no questions or they can ask later.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Reeves, Commissioners. Record Bryn Hudson, Legislative Coordinator and Water Policy Analyst. So to provide an overview of and a checkup on our department legislation, as well as an overview of other legislation that we are currently tracking. So our first bill is Senate Bill 130, which is our irrigation district pilot project. That bill is currently sitting in the Senate Committee for Natural Resources and Wildfire. We had a public hearing on the 25th of January and are scheduled for a work session on the 22nd of February. So that would be Monday. That one is going pretty smoothly, knock on wood if anyone has them. Bill 2142, Lisa already mentioned, but that is our water right transaction and dam safety fee bill. This bill is currently sitting in the House Committee on. We had a public hearing on the 28th of January. Support for this bill was mixed. There was written testimony submitted from a variety of governmental organizations voicing their support for the fee bill, while there were also concerns vocalized by the user community. Our second fee bill is House Bill 2143, which is our hydroelectric fee structure bill. As a reminder, this is a joint submitted bill with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Environmental Quality. We were scheduled to have a public hearing in House Energy and Environment yesterday, but other bills went long, so we are pending a public hearing. While we didn't have a hearing, so we don't have a really good clear picture on what support or opposition looks like for this bill. There was some written testimony submitted. In-stream advocacy group submitted some letters of support, and then there was mixed support and opposition from utilities and irrigation districts. With that, I will kick it over to Raquel.
Good morning. Again, Raquel Rancière, the policy manager for the department. Chair Reeves, members of the commission. We have two additional bills that I'd like to cover today. House Bill 2145 is our well construction bill that seeks to modernize our well construction program in order to protect groundwater resources. This bill we've had a lot of conversations on, and the work continues. So we've been working with the Oregon Groundwater Association and have had a lot of conversations with them prior to session about regulation and how we can improve our ability to conduct well inspections in the state, and while not putting too much of a burden on the regulated community. We've also included a work group that met a couple times last year that involved a broader set of stakeholders from the water user community and some of the other public interest organizations. Ultimately, we are still in conversations in the midst of session. And we just actually were in an informational hearing this morning, which was a really great conversation. The legislators are very engaged, and we received a lot of questions. And really, ultimately, what we have right now is we have a -1 amendment, which encapsulates a lot of the modifications to the bill. I know we've talked about it with the commission previously, and that's really focused currently on how the requirements for well drillers to submit start cards and some of the requirements related to that and notice to the department, really in order to help us understand where well construction activities are occurring around the state and who is doing those, so that way we can better do our jobs. It also includes the well repair, replacement, and abandonment fund provisions. So that's our -1 amendment. It's going to need some modifications. We're continuing to discuss that one with stakeholders. We have a -2 amendment. You may recall that we have been talking with the well drilling community, and they had legislation in 2019 and also during this session related to the time that we can enforce on our well construction standards against a driller. So the time that they're responsible for well construction deficiencies. That provision has had no agreement to date, no consensus from the various parties. We put forward, the well drilling community would like it to be 3 years. We have put forward a provision that kind of tries to weigh the interests of the landowners and the interests of the well drilling community, which would be, and weighs our level of resources. And that one ultimately is, I don't know exactly where that one's going to go, but there's certainly a lot of interest in this issue. We also, and I think part of that conversation, based on the hearing this morning, what was noted in the committee, which is, we need to fund this so we're not finding deficiencies 15 years later. And I think that's a sentiment that all of us can agree on. There's a third amendment that we have not had drafted yet, but is just recently come under discussion, which is in regards to technical well log reviews. We'll be talking with the broader stakeholder group that we're working with about that on Monday. And that one essentially, the drilling community is interested in us having 100% of our well logs reviewed in a technical manner to review for construction deficiencies. And ultimately, they would like that to be done timely. From our standpoint, we think that technical well log reviews could be a good tool to complement our well inspections. We do not want to see technical well log review result in a reduction of our well inspections. You may recall that we only have resources to inspect about 30% of the wells in the state, and of those, we find about 10% of those have deficiencies. But we do see a technical well log review as a way for us to broaden the scope of review of the wells that we can cover, as well as to complement our well inspection, so we can start to see, if what is on the well logs that are being reported by the drillers is what we're seeing on the ground, for example. In addition, based on some of the tests that we've done of doing a technical well log review, we find that we found potentially about 6% indicate a potential deficiency. So that means there's about still 4% of the deficiencies that we would not be able to ascertain from reviewing the well log review, which again emphasizes having these tools to complement each other would be beneficial. The challenge there is, how do we fund it? And so that is what is under discussion at this point in time. And as a result of those discussions, one of the proposals was to increase the start card fee. However, our start card fund has been oversubscribed, I guess you could say, in that we haven't been able to support the current positions that are budgeted from that fund. And so we were looking to have that discussion with stakeholders next legislative session, but we've had to take some administrative actions to get positions funded in other ways, even though they're currently budgeted under the Start Card Fund. And so that brings that issue into the conversation. And that's ultimately where the conversation's at right now that we're going to be having with stakeholders is, how do we fund the technical well log reviews, but also how do we fund the existing program? Because we don't want to be in the situation of raising the start card fee this year and then coming back in 2 years and asking for another fee increase. I don't think that would go over well. So that is where that bill is at. Lots of work still being done and lots of conversations still being had on that. House Bill 2144, this is our transfers of stored water bill. This bill, we have not had the bandwidth to do much work on. And we did submit it as a placeholder, knowing that we didn't have much bandwidth to do work on it. So meanwhile, the legislature, Chair Helm, and some of the stakeholders, they have introduced legislation. There's 2 bills that were introduced. One essentially would provide authority for us to be able to allow for changes in the use of the water, the stored water. So the character of use is how we typically talk about it, or the type of use. And then, so that is a standalone. And then there's a second bill that essentially, I think it requires a study or a task force to do work on the location issue. So it doesn't address both issues, at least here in the near term for this session. So those are the 2 provisions that, or the 2 bills that have been introduced related to this issue. So there hasn't been much movement on our bill at this point in time. We're kind of looking for direction from the chair, who is very engaged in this issue. So we'll see where those conversations go. Next slide. I think this is back to Bryn.
Yes, thanks, Raquel. Again, Chair Reeves, Commissioners, Bryn Hudson. So we are, in addition to our department bills that we're tracking, we're also tracking about 600 other bills. Many of these bills are being tracked due to their relating to clause. As you all know, the relating to clause essentially defines the scope of what can be included in a bill. So many of these bills currently as written do not directly impact the Water Resources Department, but could be amended to do so, which is why we're trying to keep a pulse on those. In addition to those, there are other bills that would our day-to-day operations and could impact things like employment, contracting, records, rulemaking, things that really impact our day-to-day operations. So we're ensuring that we're keeping track of those as well. As alluded to at the beginning of the presentation, attachment 2 of the staff report includes approximately 100 of those most relevant bills that we are keeping an eye on. Attachment 2 also includes a variety of water bills that touch on many different topics. Some of these bills may look familiar from past sessions. So as Raquel alluded to, the transfers of stored water issue, there's some legislation on artificial beaver dams that we've seen in past sessions. And there are also some new concepts, including efforts in the Harney Basin to establish a conservation reserve enhancement program, as well as funding mechanisms to address groundwater and water well issues. I do also want to note that the Senate Rules Committee will at some point be hearing the governor's appointment for our Southwest region commissioner vacancy. The snow and ice have understandably kind of hearing agendas and schedules. So we don't have an exact day for when that hearing will happen, but we do expect that hearing to occur soon. So with that, we will continue to provide updates throughout the session, and we will be happy to answer questions on either budget or legislative matters as time permits. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Who was that? Oh, Bruce, sure. Go ahead.
I probably should have asked this a little earlier, but back to the package 90 reduction, and Representative Owens referred to this also, the 165,000 for gauging station and the 778,000 for observation wells reduction. First of all, is those observation wells, was that for new wells to be drilled, or does that mean we're going to abandon monitoring existing wells we already have? And then kind of the same question on gauging stations. That data is really important for so many things that was referenced to earlier today, again, by the Harney Group, that, you know, the ability to access data is a real issue. And it seems, I know we're in a budget crunch, but those two things really jump out to me as a concern, that if we're going to stop monitoring gauging stations or observation wells that are already in existence, that could set us back on a whole range of issues that we're dealing with in various basins. And I'm not sure who would maybe answer that. Is there other agencies that are going to step up with funding, NRCS, irrigation districts, counties? I mean, is there a plan to keep these programs going, or is it just, that's it?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Korn, thank you for that question. You know, one of the challenges we face in budget reductions is, you know, we have to make the hard choices, right? And the governor is in the same position as well as the legislature. And when we prioritized, we typically try to maintain staff. And that is in part because if you don't have the staff, you can't actually, you know, collect the data, maintain the gauging stations, and, you know, do that kind of work, analyze the data. So when we prioritize, we do have that in the back of our minds because, as you all know, we are already understaffed for the work that we do. So losing positions is, you know, a great concern for us. However, obviously, you know, if we had the perfect world, we wouldn't be taking reductions at all, right? So in terms of the gauging stations and the observation wells and what that means is, for the gauging stations, we have, I think we've maintained a little bit of funding, not much, which would help us to be able to pay for maintenance costs associated with existing gauging stations. What it does mean, though, is that we do not have if this goes through, we won't have funding to be able to put online new gauging stations. And we may find ourselves, you know, if we do have a gauging station that needs a major, you know, repair, we may not have the funding to be able to do that. And so you could see a reduction in gauging stations. But again, there is a little bit of funding, I think, that's left that would allow us to at least try to maintain some of the gauging stations. It definitely doesn't allow us, though, to expand. And, you know, I would anticipate more of a contraction on that front, given, you know, how expensive repairs can be and how little funding would be left over. In regards to observation wells, generally, the observation well funding is to establish new observation wells. So this would eliminates essentially our ability to do that. So we wouldn't anticipate seeing new observation wells that we would drill. We can still, though, get new observation wells. It's not our ideal scenario through working with landowners that have an existing well. We prefer to have wells that are not in use, but that is one way that we have. We don't own all of the, and we haven't paid for all of the observation wells that we use in the state. But this does eliminate our ability to go into a basin, for example, in the Walla Walla, and say, you know, we did this in Harney where we, you know, drilled some observation wells to get some specific data that we felt like we needed. And we wouldn't have that kind of bandwidth at this point with the reductions.
Thank you. A follow-up on that, the new administration's talking about a major infrastructure bill. Will the state be able to access some of these funds? I mean, obviously, these are kind of infrastructure type issues. Have you looked into accessing any of those type of funding, or are you on top of what the potential is? Because it seems like, I mean, these bills are massive that are coming that if we're ahead of it and the old shovel ready adage, I mean, maybe that would apply to some of these issues like what we're talking about. Have you looked into any of that?
Chair Reeves and Commissioner Corn, I see Tom may want to comment here. I saw his unmute go. So I think, you know, we do try to access programs. There's a National Groundwater Monitoring Network where we've can sometimes access some funding for groundwater related data collection. I think the short answer on some of these issues is, you know, it takes time and resources to get money from the federal, you know, government, and you have to find programs that fit. And then you also need to, it's not always a clean fit on that standpoint. That said, we are interested, and we've recently had a lot of conversations about how we can access that. Tom, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, thanks, Raquel. And thank you for the question, Commissioner Corn. We have not, as an agency, I think, tapped into federal funds very productively. And there are some reasons for that, I think, and I don't think it's as an easy lift for us as it might be for a similar agency in other Western states where there's maybe more federal, there's a stronger federal presence in some areas. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. And I do think opportunity is knocking right now with the change in administration, with the US Senate changing hands, positions our delegation very strongly to have some influence over infrastructure related investments. And so we are coordinating with the with other agencies, state agencies, with the governor's office, and we're putting a lot of effort into developing a list of areas and programs that we think could help us in different basins around the state. So I think there's a real opportunity here, but as Raquel said, and I agree with her, that you know, it's, if we are successful, the turnaround on that will take some time, but we do think we should be trying to be as aggressive as we can to try to help leverage resources. This is a good opportunity for us right now.
Well, certainly our senators have a lot of clout right now. They can be very helpful. Senator Wyden especially, I think, would be very helpful in this. So thank you, Chair Reeves.
Do we have other questions? Commissioners? I am not seeing any unmuting. Commissioner Quemps, did you have any questions?
No, I did not. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Raquel, Lisa, and Bryn. Thanks very much. That was informative. And I think we will take a lunch break. It'll be longer than it was going to be because we finished a little bit short, a little bit quicker. So let's reconvene at, 1:10. All right, everybody got it? Cool. Thank you.
Hey, Nirvana, before we get started, I just want to confirm you can hear me and that I'm going to be sharing my screen with the presentation. Is that fair?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And Justin, if you're okay, I'd like to wait until we reconvene because Meg has trouble seeing who's all in the meeting if the screen is already shared. So if that's okay, we'll wait until we reconvene for you to start sharing. Is that okay?
Yeah. No problem.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
I heard that, Nirvana, and it's a good idea because it helps just to be able to see even momentarily before the PowerPoints get up there.
Yes, I agree, Meg. That was it's helpful. So I'll make a note of that for our next meetings. That we let everyone know just to be ready to go, but not to share.
Not to share yet. Yeah. Particularly when we have people from outside, we don't really know who they are and who's on the screen and that kind of stuff. I mean, it worked out fine.
Yes, it worked out fine, but it's just, it's
Yeah.
definitely better for sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to remove my share screen while I'm at it.
Hey, Justin, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
So since we've got 2 minutes, I've got an off-the-wall question for you. My background in modeling, I did a lot of models on surface water, which I can see. And we would do various tests, release different rates, that kind of thing, to calibrate the model, make sure we are accurate. Do you have any tools to do that for these groundwater studies you're doing or the groundwater models you put together?
Yeah, certainly. We try and calibrate to anything we've got. So we try and match water level data, mostly trends at points within the model. We try and match the water budget. We calibrate to, well, I guess it's not a calibration. We have the pumping rates as best we have them. I'm sure that I'm missing a number of items, but yes, there are. We calibrate to whatever field data we've got.
And does that help you sort out like the questions we got about whether parts of the basin are isolated and separate or interconnected?
Yeah, I think that our conceptual model and the data we collect directly addresses that, or will address that. That's certainly one of the goals of the study.
Thanks. It's just that the groundwater modeling seems to be a black art to me because I can't see it. So appreciate the input.
Let's see. Oh gosh, we're only a minute out. Bob is here.
Oops.
Eric is here. Okay. We can start on time, I'm sure. Oh, it is on time. It's 1:10. I'm sure Joe will be along in a minute. Let's go ahead and get started, Justin. You have the floor. Oh, I think you're on mute still.
Thank you very much. If I can get
Everybody
this
does it.
up and showing correctly here. So I want to do that. I want to share. Do this. Okay, so I believe you should be seeing just a single slide at this point. Is that correct?
It is.
All right, perfect. All right, Chair Reeves, a member of the commission. For the record, my name is Justin Iverson. I manage the groundwater section here at the Water Resources Department. I'm going to be joined by Harmony Burwright, planning coordinator here at the department. And we are going to provide an update of the Walla Walla River Basin groundwater study in two parts. I'm going to talk about recently completed work plan for that study. And Harmony is going to join us for the second half to present the public participation plan that she's prepared to keep the stakeholders engaged. I'll note real quick that we last updated the commission on the Walla Walla Basin groundwater topics in September 2019. My half, at least, is going to be an update of a lot of the things we talked about then and were hanging questions at the time that have been resolved. So with that, I am going to show a couple of slides just to reorient everybody since it's been a year or more since we talked about this. I'm going to start with a refresher on the problem statement. So why are we focused on the Walla Walla now? This is a map that shows total changes in groundwater levels at monitored wells throughout the basin. The size, while each circle represents an observation well, the size and the color trend where the largest and warmest colors are the largest declines, and the smallest and coolest colors are relatively small declines. Anything that shows orange, dark orange, or red here has a water level decline over the period of record. So that's from our very first water level measurement to our most recent. And this is most recent in this slide is through winter of 2019. So again, showing the same slide I showed in 2019 last time. Anything orange or warmer has declined more than 50 feet over the period of record. And as a reminder, that is defined as excessively declined water levels as per our rule definitions. You'll see there's a smattering of small blue circles throughout the basin. And that indicates that water level over the period of record is roughly stable or maybe even a little bit increasing. And most of those wells represent new observation wells that we've picked up just in the last couple of years as we've tried to expand our monitoring network in anticipation of this study. So as a general rule, where we're seeing these small blue dots of stable or slightly rising water level indicators, that's over the last couple of years. Where we're seeing these large warm dots, that's a longer period of record since as far back as the 1940s for some of these initial water levels we have. But in general, I just want you to take away that that we have pretty widespread declines across the basin in, again, the basalt aquifer in the Walla Walla. Those declines have affected some senior groundwater appropriators. So again, a slide here to remind you of where we've come from. 2016, some senior users met with the department in Pendleton and requested that we regulate groundwater, at least in their vicinity, because they were not able to pump their usual and accustomed amount of water. Department's taken a number of actions over the last few years, number of public meetings marked in the timeline you see there with the blue triangles. Initially, we were educating, we were providing presentations on the data that we had for the area, describing what the basalt groundwater system was like. Toward the end of 2016 and into 2017, we focused on a rulemaking process that culminated in a change in the basin program rules in early to mid 2017. Two highlights of that rule change was that we classified groundwater in the Walla Walla Basin for exempt uses only. So we're not or have not been accepting new applications for groundwater use since that time. And we also declared the area a significant water management problem area and required metering of permitted basalt wells starting in 2019. Wanted to point out that at the end of 2017, we also updated the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, and in that 2017 IWRS update, we identified the Walla Walla Basin as our top priority for further or future basin studies. And then jumping ahead into 2019, 2019 legislature, not sure the terminology, approved or passed our policy option package 102, provided funding and staffing resources to start a second concurrent basin study. So as you know, we've been working in the Harney Basin, starting again in 2019, we had additional funds where we could initiate 2 basin studies at the same time. And we started planning this Walla Walla Basin study, as well as continuing to expand our data collection in anticipation of the study. And essentially, I'll be talking about everything that's happened since then in the next couple slides. So one of the questions that we talked about very early in the planning process and that we brought up back in September of 2019 was how much of the basin we were going to be able to study. As you know, the Walla Walla Basin spans the state line between Oregon and Washington. So this figure shows in dark red the full surface water hydrologic basin for the Walla Walla. And the bright red shows various sub-basins or HUC-10 watersheds within there. And you can see that the state line cuts right across, and water obviously doesn't stop or get impeded by the state line, but we have a lot of administrative impediments at the state line. And certainly in a number, maybe all of the public meetings that we held that you saw on the timeline on the past slide, we had folks bring up the question of what about the state line? What is Washington doing? How are you coordinating? What about? So we approached the Washington Department of Ecology, as well as the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, and started talking to them about the possibility of a joint study that would cover both sides of the state line. And I'm happy to report that the Washington Department of Ecology was able to secure funding to join us as a funding partner. And so with the final scope of work, we will study the full watershed. It'll be a collaboration between 4 agencies. So that's the Washington Department of Ecology, the USGS Washington Water Science Center, the USGS Oregon Water Science Center, and the department. So our 4 agencies are going to study this basin over 4 years at a cost of about $4 million. And I'll note that while the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation ultimately weren't able to join us as funding partners, they were valuable planning partners in the planning process. They were with us through the full scoping, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate with them during initiation of the project. Quick overview of the study. This is just a real rough, or top level, I should say, outline. The study in general will look similar to our other basin studies in Oregon. We've already got a good start on understanding existing data in the basin. We've started on additional data collection. We'll be initiating the analysis and interpretation of that data later this year. And again, we're focused on three main components here. We want to update our understanding of the full hydrogeologic framework, so the matrix through which the water flows. We're going to update our groundwater budget, so what water comes into the groundwater system, how much water goes out. Again, the flow meter data that we're getting through the SWAMPA designation is really going to help with that. And lastly, we're going to update our understanding of the integrated groundwater flow system. Report writing and peer review and publication will be occurring later on. Wanted to make a quick note about funding. So the funding for this project is broken into Washington and Oregon components. There's going to be a cost share of 60% that the states are going to foot and 40% that the federal government is going to pay for. And the department's portion is going to be approximately $1 million over 4 years. We're planning to pay for that through a mix of general fund and exempt use fees. And I'll note you heard earlier in an earlier presentation from Lisa Snyder about the governor's recommended budget. You might have picked up that there were some significant budget cuts to our study funds. So I guess an update on POP 102 is we had some funds briefly to run 2 studies at the same time, but those have been essentially reduced for budget savings, and also some of our existing general funds that we had used in the past for studies, as well as observation well installation and equipment to monitor water levels. We aren't going to have access to those in 2021. So we're kind of scraping the bottom of the bucket, if you will, to pay for this, but we're fortunate to have our partners at Ecology and the federal government to be able to complete this study. But I will note that we're putting all of our eggs in one basket. This is essentially where all of our study funds are going to, and we aren't going to have any additional funds for the next 4 years to do other incidental work to purchase a lot of new equipment to install any more observation wells. So I wanted to make sure I note that for the commission. I'm gonna, too many. I'm gonna end with just a quick touch on the fact that we have been collecting data to date. So while we were working as a group of 4 agencies plus the tribes to finalize the scope of work for this 4-year study, we recognized that there was some data that we could be collecting at the time during 2020 that would be useful to the study. And we had what we called a short scope with the USGS. And one of the things we were able to do with those funds was to collaborate on a large seepage run. So this is measuring stream flow at a number of different sites along the Walla Walla River and its tributaries, and accounting for inflows and outflows such that differences in flow measured along the stream reaches, we could account for groundwater inflow and groundwater outflow from the stream system. So I know this figure is pretty small, but the orange dots here in Oregon, those were all locations at which OWRD staff collected stream flow data. The blue dots are where the USGS collected data. The green dots where Ecology collected data. We also had a member of the Walla Walla Basin Watershed Council collecting data, as well as a member of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. So real great collaboration and organization by our field staff. And in addition to that, we were collaborating with the Department of Ecology on our public outreach. So Ecology staff were out during the seepage run collecting video of the work we were doing. They put together a real great kind of YouTube montage of what went on with interviews with Chris Coitz here and others, and put that out, which we really appreciate their work on that and including us in their materials. And similarly, we've included Ecology as well as the tribes and our other partners in developing our public participation plan. And with that, I will turn it over to Harmony to talk more about the public participation plan.
Thanks, Justin. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. The format is a little different. Chair Reeves, commissioners, good afternoon. I'm happy to meet with you again. So I'll just be walking through the process we've taken to date to develop a public participation plan, as well as the activities we intend to pursue through the duration of the study. So we kind of kicked this off with a public scoping meeting in October of last year. We had really exceptional participation from basin stakeholders and others who are interested in tracking this process. We actually had over 90 people sign up and over 70 people attend. We had excellent help from all of the cooperating agencies who provided technical presentations, as well as help to facilitate discussions in breakout rooms. And one kind of prevailing thing that we heard throughout that meeting was a shared desire for a solid basis for future cooperation and action, and seeing that the groundwater study can help to provide that. So through the groundwater study, we asked through the scoping meeting, we asked two questions of everyone in attendance. And the first question was, what is one question that you hope the groundwater study answers, and why is this question important to you? We heard a lot of things, but three of the major things that we heard were about connectivity, variability, and the water budget. So people really want to understand how the different water systems are connected, the surface water with the alluvial system, the alluvial and the basalt, and then also the basalt system, how it's structured. And then people also noted variability in groundwater level trends over space and time, and wanting to understand what is driving that variability. Why do we see it worse in this place than in this other place? And then the big picture, wanting to understand the water budget. How much water is coming in, how much water is being used, how much water goes into the groundwater system to recharge it, how much is feeding the Columbia River system. And the other thing I would say is there's also a interest in the community. They've made significant investments in artificial recharge of the alluvial system, and really wanting to understand, are we making a difference? The second question had to do with, we asked people to think 4 or 5 years in the future when we've completed the groundwater study, and ask them, at the end of the day, we want to make sure that this is a useful and trusted product. And when you think, back on this process 5 years in the future, what did we do to build a useful and trusted product? And we heard some fairly consistent things from folks. People really want updates at key milestones. They want to hear when we're out in the basin, what we're doing, what we're finding. They don't want to wait till the very end to get just a giant data dump. They want to understand what we're learning along the way. They want us to rely on past studies and data whenever possible, really maximize use of that information that's already been gathered, because there's already been some significant investments made there. And to make sure that at the end of the day, everything used in the study is made publicly available so that it can be used into the future. And then also a desire to make sure that there's an opportunity for a two-way exchange of information. They don't want to just be receiving information from the scientists. They also want to be able to contribute their own observations, expertise, and input as the study progresses. So Justin went over these steps already, but for public participation planning, it's really helpful to understand what are the different steps, and then what is the appropriate activities around each of those steps. And so as you look at, there's a 2-page handout in your materials, but we will also be sending out the public participation plan here soon. And we really tried to use these steps to help structure the public participation and communication activities that we have planned. At a very high level, I'm going to try to simplify this as much as possible. We anticipate virtual presentations in the spring. These will be pretty, dense technical presentations. And one thing that we heard from the Harney Groundwater Study Advisory Committee is they were receiving all these great presentations from the groundwater study scientists, and they really wanted those presentations to be made available to the broader community. So by making them virtual, we can invite more people to participate, and we can also record them to help them reach a broader audience. Then we anticipate in-person public events in the fall that allow for the groundwater study team to engage with the public at large. And in the Harney Basin, this was really important for just establishing relationships and trust people doing the work and being able to relate to them on a more personal level. Then I think there's also a real desire within this community to, for some folks who have been very heavily involved in water management over the years, to go a little bit deeper on some of the technical information. And so we do envision convening a technical advisory group that would meet 2 times per year. And those meetings would be, complementary to the virtual presentations and the in-person public events. So in the spring, the technical advisory group would meet virtually, and then in the fall, they would meet in person. And then also on a quarterly basis, sending email updates about what we're up to. You can see an example of that on the right here. And we, just sent out an email this week letting people know that we were going to be talking about this at the commission meeting. And hopefully folks are tuning into that. But that was another thing that we heard from Representative Owens during that process is he said, we deserve and we want to know when the department is talking about our community. And I think that's a very fair request. So we want to make sure that we're letting people know when we're having these conversations and how they can be involved at multiple levels. So the next steps, we have a final work plan, which is great. A lot of work to get there. And we do have a draft public participation plan. So what we're going to do is we have an email blast drafted, and we're reviewing that right now. We expect that it will go out sometime next week, hopefully. And with the final work plan, we're not looking for feedback on the contents of the document. Well, the words in the document. We're not going to make any modifications to the document itself. But the groundwater study team is really interested in hearing from people, getting some feedback to help guide how they execute the work plan. The public participation plan is in draft forms, and we can make modifications to that. So we're going to put both of those out together for a 30-day review, and then we'll take that feedback and either make adjustments to the public participation plan and just think about how it will shape our work going forward. And assuming that that we have support for the public participation plan, we'll begin the virtual presentations in the spring and convene a technical advisory group in the fall of this year. And that concludes that. We'd be happy to take questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you both. Now I can see you. So do commissioners have questions? I have one about the public participation aspect of the project. And I was just thinking about how in the place-based planning scenario, there's local conveners, people who are kind of running things. And it sounds like in this case, I recognize this is not a place-based planning project specifically, but in this case, it sounds like the agencies are kind of in the lead on the public participation aspects. Is that right? The agencies are kind of guiding the process.
Yeah, and for the Harney Basin, the department was also in the co-convening role.
Okay.
for the groundwater study advisory
Okay.
committee. So we designed and facilitated the public participation process there, and really worked in close partnership with the county. This one is a little bit different because with the Harney Basin, we just kind of launched into it and figured it out as we went, and we learned a ton from that process. So this is a bit different because we actually have a plan. You know, we've thought through kind of what we can manage capacity wise, as well as what we're hearing from folks, what they want us to do. So we're trying a little bit of a different approach here, but based on everything that we learned.
That you learned there.
Harney.
Yeah. Oh, good. That's good. That was my only, but Joe, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Reeves. Your question was a great segue. I'm thinking a lot about the testimony, the comments, the presentation this morning, and that very question, and the whole question of what recognition is, what endorsement is, and what the expectation of the community are of WRD, and then selfishly for us as the commission. I mean, what can we do is ultimately one of the issues, and I heard some frustration this morning in a number of levels, and I can understand it because, I mean, it's Oregon. We're pretty really attending to process sometimes without having a clear goal of what we're going to do with the output. And so I'm curious if you have any sense for this community that seems to be really keen on it, if they have an expectation that out of this, we're going to get clarity of regulation, or out of this, we're going to get clarity of new incentives, or out of this, we're going to get clarity of something. I'm just curious about that because I fear we could have a really well-designed process and have real questionable outputs, and then we'll get that same level of frustration among the local community members.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, that's a really important consideration, and with public participation, you know, clear is kind. Helping people understand what this process is about and what it can accomplish and what it is not about and what it cannot accomplish. So the groundwater study process is about the science, it's about the technical foundation, and the types of decisions being made in this particular process are about, you know, data collection, where, how much, how is that data going to be used for interpretation and analysis. And then there will need to be other processes for, you know, management and policy decisions. Right now, Department of Ecology is leading the Walla Walla 2050 strategic planning effort, which Chris Kowitz is participating in. And there is definitely an interest, you know, there are some longstanding issues that folks have been working on, you know, for decades out there. And there's a real interest in, in making sure that the states are working together, because they really are bi-state issues. And perhaps Director Byler can talk about some of the work with the tri-sovereigns around some more of the management policy aspects. But the groundwater study itself is you know, really focused on the science, because we're going to have you know USGS scientists who their job is not to make management decisions, and they're very, very clear about that. And so we want to set the groundwater study team up for success, and we also want to set the public up for success so that they're not looking to this particular process to have that impact. But those other processes do, you know, are important, and I think there is an appetite, a desire to resolve some of those issues.
Yeah, the comment you made this morning, or one of the observations on your slide about the link between planning and other functions not always being clear and that being problematic. This sounds like another potential spot for that. And I just lost track of something that you just said. I wanted to ask a further question about, but I lost it. Sorry, after lunch.
I think one thing I would just mention is that in an ideal world, right, in a totally ideal world, we would have, you know, started with rich data and studies and science, and then we would move to planning, and then we would move to all of these decisions, right? That's the ideal world. The reality is that in the Harney Basin, we are doing science, planning, and regulation simultaneously. And I think that's something that Mark was talking about, or Representative Owens, was, the challenge of planning in that space. We don't have the science yet, and regulation is coming. That's really, really difficult. And in the Walla Walla, we're just starting the study at the same time they're concluding a strategic plan. So, I think everyone's doing the best that they can. These are super complex processes, and the sequencing of things is not always ideal. But, when I talk to folks in the Harney, some people are like, we should have waited till the science is done. And other people are like, I'm so glad we didn't wait till the science is done. So there's really no perfect solution other than to maybe invent a time machine and go back in time and do it the ideal way the first time.
Tom, please.
Just wanted to let commissioners know that we are working on a time machine right now.
Phew, I was worried you might not be.
For the record, we're not.
We'd have to go back and see ourselves in high school, and I don't want any part of that.
But I just want to add, Harmony did a really good job on responding to Commissioner Mall's question. I just want to add a little bit of really some, sincere understanding and some sympathy for these groups wanting more clarity about what lies ahead and wanting commitments, some clear commitments from the state and other partners. And I think ultimately there are some things that we can do, and there are some things that I'm not sure we'll have control over or the ability to do, because it will depend on decisions from other entities in order for us to be able to do it. For example, regulation is something we have the authority to do. And I think in some of these basins, there's the prospect of establishing critical groundwater areas over time, which can allow for an array of and kind of flexible management tools that can address some of the water management issues there. That's something we have the ability to do. And, we certainly recognize Representative Owens' questions about, needing to have that be an element within the full picture for the Harney. And I think it's an element that's going to be in play in every basin that we work in. What we don't have the ability to be able to commit to as firmly is our funding. Being able to provide, and this is a big deal for these groups because they're setting up plans for their water future, and they're going to need resources to be able to carry that out. And while I'm very thrilled that we have our water resources development program, and we have been pretty consistent in its early years of getting resources. You'll remember the lottery bonds fell apart this biennium. We didn't receive those dollars because under extraordinary circumstances because of the pandemic. But the bottom line is we're going to need a lot more money, and these local communities are going to need a lot more money than has been running through our agency in recent years. And so to me, it really suggests that that we should embrace the offer to have more conversation with these groups, because I think we're going to need to work together to figure out how we can position ourselves collectively to be successful. And because there are decision makers out there, outside of the pilots and outside of the state agencies that are going to be critical to help us achieve success in the long term.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Director Breiler. It makes me think immediately to something Commissioner Corn, you said this morning, looking for ways to mechanisms, gateways, whatever, to bring in some more federal infrastructure funding, for example. And I'm curious, Justin, if the pathway by which NRCS is bringing, USGS is bringing the 60%, is that a doorway that's open that could be expanded, for example, to take care of some of those things we were talking earlier with the monitoring wells? And I mean, is there a mechanism now that we could work with the delegation to bring transportation dollars through that same doorway and help address some of these other needs?
Yeah, well, Chair Reeves, Commissioner Moll, we're doing our best to leverage the federal funds that we have. the federal funds we have for the study are specifically study cost match funds that each water science center has. So we need to bring the cost match to that. So we're limited in, we need to match that, and the match is variable and kind of depends on what each water science center wants to do with their pot of funds. I think in this case with the Walla Walla, we're real fortunate to have engaged with Washington Department of Ecology, because now we can tap two water science center pots. Raquel had mentioned the National Groundwater Monitoring Program. Again, that's a cost match program, and we have done our best to participate in that in the last couple of years to leverage, again, the state funds that we have when we've had money to install observation wells. We've worked with that program to stretch or to build on that. Again, coming up into the next biennium, well, I can say this latest round of funding, we applied for a much reduced package because we didn't have the funds to cost match on that. So as far as I am aware, we're doing our best to leverage those funds again, but we need to bring something to the table to play the game.
Yeah, it might be worth checking in with, and actually I was going to ask earlier, Tom, that has there with the proposal to create a new agency and peel Office of Emergency Management out of the military and give it its own agency, what we're finding with the fire response is that the private philanthropic community is coming in and helping fill some of those gaps. And I wonder if there's a way that we could bring some private money to have more base match for that federal that federal opportunity. Because I agree with Commissioner Korn. I mean, there's some big packages out there, and I don't know if you saw this morning. They reported that Representative Bentz was named as the standing rep on the House Water Committee. So already you've got that much more leverage beyond the longstanding delegation there too. So,
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mall. I'm glad Justin mentioned the match issue because it is real, and I think it's certainly worth looking at creative partnerships to be able to meet those match needs, but they can be very significant. And I know that every time an agency asks for federal funds, we not only have to ask the federal government for it, but we also have to ask our state legislative assembly. And the Legislative Assembly is very concerned about what obligations they're going to be held to for match purposes. And so that does, in a tight budget environment, competing over general fund that it's not able to meet all of the needs, that makes it doubly difficult. And so finding third-party partnerships certainly is worth exploring. I wouldn't say that it's an area that has been explored much at all in our realm, and I think I think place-based planning started to introduce some of those partnerships, and I would be hopeful that there would be more opportunity out there as more groups, foundation-like organizations recognize how important water is to human life and our prosperity in the communities that we live in.
Tom, following up kind of on this conversation, not specific to the Walla Walla, but I don't know how far along the infrastructure conversation is in Washington and what the inputs are, who's making them basically, but it does seem like here we are talking about 100-year water vision in Oregon that's focused on built and natural infrastructure. We're even using the same terminology. And I mean, I would hate to see that bill get out without a niche for water projects. I mean, I have no idea what's in it, but I'm assuming, am I right that Oregon is kind of providing some inputs, I guess would be the question into that bill?
Chair Reeves, the answer is yes. And that is a work in progress right now, coordinated by the governor's office. And we're working now through our 2 U.S. senators, but But don't forget, there's Congressman DeFazio as well, who has a huge amount of influence on the House side. So there's real opportunity there. This is, there's always complications to these, and I think about the ERA money from years ago, after the on the heels of the Great Recession,
Right.
and how what a great opportunity it was to have those resources, but how much of a flat out sprint it was. And I think the terminology back then was having shovel ready projects.
Right.
And Oregon's not in a great position for shovel ready projects.
Yeah.
This is part of, I think, our longer term goal is to strengthen these communities that we're investing in, so that they can start building a queue of project ideas that can be ready to hit the ground running when the resources are there. And I
Yeah.
think that's what we're working toward. And I think we'd all like to be further along on that right now than we are.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions, comments? Eric, did you have any questions or comments?
Yes, Chair Reeves, thank you. Just listening to the conversations and thinking about some of the things I've been reading recently, you see in the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal talking about investors using prior appropriation doctrine to, like purchase farms with early priority dates and then using state law to move and market water, or in Colorado, investing in storage projects or paying farmers to not use their stored water and then transferring that storage right to other uses. It makes me wonder if we're paying attention to that, and if it's how much of a threat it is and how much of an opportunity it is to either resolving or creating additional conflict in the basins while we wait to finish plans and see if we're going to develop a 100-year strategy, and just that those forces might move faster, and are we thinking about that? So thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to pause to see if someone else wants to answer that question. Yeah, thank you, Justin. I'm not aware of any major effort out there along those lines. We've seen news in the state of Washington around this, in California and Colorado, as you mentioned, Commissioner Quemps. It's certainly a possibility. And my fear is that it would happen pretty quietly, and it would be hard for us to even track and be aware of. But I do agree that those forces are out there, and those interests are out there, I should say, perhaps. And, that's but one driver that I think necessitates for us to really try to be as nimble and quick and agile and moving this ball forward, because time is of the essence, whether it's, East Coast private money coming in to purchase water rights, or whether it's climate change factors or demographic changes, population growth. There's a whole bunch of factors that are at play. It's a dynamic world that we live in, and we know the task that we have in front of us is difficult and it's complex, and it's going to involve coordinating and communicating with a lot of people, and those are not easy tasks. And I look forward to more conversations with the commission, but also with the legislature. And I do continue to hope that we'll see stronger investment in what we're trying to build here, because I think these are the right things to be doing. And I think that time is of the essence, and we've got a lot of work ahead of us.
I would also mention to build on what Director Byler was saying, that there was a flurry of editorials that came out after that New York Times article, and I'm not sure if you've had a chance to read them, but it was really interesting to follow just how people responded to that article. And I'll just read you one headline from a guest commentary. It says, "To protect the Colorado River from drought and speculation, we need to collaborate." And I think that's what, that's getting at what Director Byler is saying, is just, we need to have people paying attention and working together.
Yeah. I think that article got a lot of people's attention because, you know, that people have a really visceral reaction to the idea of taking water and moving it somewhere where it doesn't belong, like out of a basin or whatever. And, but I remember reading it and thinking, how are they doing that? I mean, I kind of had I don't think can legally be done in Oregon, but I figure they're a lot smarter than I am. They would figure out a way to do it. I mean, someone who is sufficiently motivated could figure out a way to do it. But
yeah, well, in terms of like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to, Chair Reeves, for the record, there is a, Tom Byler for the record, there is a out of basin diversion, I guess, I can't remember if it's diversion or transfer statute that provides a lot of due process for local communities when there is a proposal to move water. Oregon's, I think, pretty well situated for that, maybe relative to other states, but the fear is real, I think, with communities around that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we're out of time on this agenda item. We should probably move on to the next one. Thank you, Harmony and Justin. That was really interesting and informative. And our next agenda item is an update on activities in the Klamath Basin, and Ivan will be speaking. Hi, Ivan. There you are.
Chair Reeves, members of the commission, for the record, Ivan Gall, I'm the division administrator for the Field Services Division. And also for the record, it's good to see everybody today. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I thought what I'd do is just go ahead and walk you through the high points of the staff report there and then take any questions that you may have following that discussion. So as a little bit of background, the Klamath Basin is obviously a very complex basin as far as water management goes. There's a number of reasons there. We've got two species listed as endangered, suckerfish in Upper Klamath Lake. There's also a coho species listed as threatened in the Klamath River. There are numerous tribes in California that have interest in the water, and then the Klamath tribes here in Oregon that have interest in the water. As you recall, in 1975, we started a stream adjudication process, a comprehensive one for the Klamath Basin here in Oregon. And in 2013, the department issued the findings of fact and the final order of determination and delivered that to the Klamath County Circuit Court. And it's been in the judicial process since then. That delivery in 2013 essentially made those determined claims go live for the first time. And so we were able to regulate for or against those determined claims and to work in the other state issued water rights through the prior appropriation system there. The Klamath tribes have since made a call almost every year on their determined claims for in-stream flows and for marsh elevations in Upper Klamath Marsh. That's resulted in significant regulation of surface water and in some cases groundwater over the years. And that's really significantly changed the water use in the Upper Klamath Basin. To further complicate things, we have a large Bureau of Reclamation irrigation project on Upper Klamath Lake there. Irrigates nearly 200,000 acres in Oregon and California. And then layered over the top of everything, we've had a number of dry years. So what happened in 2020? Well, beginning in March, we had a drought declaration from Governor Brown for the Klamath Basin. Of note there is that that's the 7th drought declaration in the last 11 years. And from the looks of things, 2021 may be another one coming down the pathway. In early March, the Klamath tribes also made a call on their in-stream determined claims. Watermaster staff went out and validated that call within a few days. And so regulation essentially begins at that point in time. Water use isn't necessarily occurring that early in the season, but as long as those in-stream determined claims are below the claim value, or excuse me, as long as the stream flows are below the value of the in-stream determined claims, that regulation is valid. And with the series of dry years we've had, the stream-based flow in the upper basin has been progressively lower and lower. And so regulation essentially occurred for the entire irrigation season. And I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a second. There's a web link within the staff report that takes you to a detailed accounting of how that regulation unfolded, specific to each of the streams there where the regulation occurred. But in general, regulation on the Williamson and its tributaries, including the Sprague River system, began in early March and continued all the way through the irrigation season. For the Wood River, the regulation began in early April and continued through the irrigation season as well. There were 395 water rights regulated off on the Williamson River and its tributaries, and 141 water rights were regulated off on the Wood River system. In 2020, we did not regulate any wells. So that summarizes the regulation there. In addition to that, field staff are responsible for inspecting 37 low and intermediate hazard dams. They also measure groundwater levels in 97 wells, and they get some assistance from Justin's staff here in Salem to do that. And they're currently operating and maintaining 23 gauging stations in the Klamath Basin. In the winter of each year, usually November, December, staff from Salem, Bend, and Klamath Falls also visit about 200 wells and take flow meter readings. Those are largely in and around the Bureau of Reclamation project area, so for supplemental and drought permitted wells. Speaking of drought, in 2020, we received 47 applications for emergency drought groundwater permits. Out of those 47 applications, we issued 41 emergency drought permits. The total duty for each of those was 1 acre-foot per acre, and covered just under 17,500 acres. We had 3 groundwater users last year participate in our measuring device cost share program. That resulted in 8 measuring devices getting installed on wells in the basin. Watermaster staff also mailed out 4 measuring device orders for surface water users in the basin to require installation of measuring devices on surface water points of diversion there. Let's see. So also in April 2020, and you'll be familiar with this, the Klamath Irrigation District sent a letter to the Watermaster indicating that there's a dispute between KID and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. That dispute is centered around the distribution of stored water from Upper Klamath Lake. They asked that the Watermaster ensure that any stored water being released is only for secondary water right holders. We took charge of Upper Klamath Lake. We came to the commission on April 24th and asked for delegation of the commission's authority so that we could continue to gather more information and look at appropriate actions needed to further investigate this dispute. In May and June, we sent out a number of requests to water right holders around Upper Klamath Lake and below Link River Dam. The nature of those requests for information was to seek info on their points of diversion. Were measuring devices installed? Were they diverting natural flow, or were they diverting stored water? And did they have control devices like head gates or valves on their systems? We did get a number of responses back, but certainly not from everybody. We noted then that the services requested by the Klamath Irrigation District were going to require a substantial amount of time. And again, as a little bit of background, prior to this notice of dispute, our agency has not really been involved in regulation of points of diversion around Upper Klamath Lake, certainly not below Link River Dam. So we have very little on the ground familiarity with these PODs, the water right holders, and the nature of water use in that particular part of the basin there. So we returned to the commission on August 27th. We requested that the commission delegate its authority to allow us to implement portions of our Division 250 rules that would require payment in advance for the surfaces requested by the Klamath Irrigation District. And that authority was granted to the department. In early November, then we did two things. First, we sent out an order to the Bureau of Reclamation requiring that they install and maintain measuring devices on ungauged tributary inflows to Upper Klamath Lake. There's 3 of them that are ungauged. These are streams that come in. A 4th one on 7 Mile Creek. The gauge operation has been a little frustrating for us. The numbers bounce around quite a bit, and it is a very challenging place to measure. So we followed up that order with conversations with the Bureau and a number of meetings. We've provided technical assistance to them, and they've pulled in the U.S. Geological Survey to assess these sites for gauging stations. They also submitted a request for reconsideration to the department on the order that we sent out. And we're in the process of evaluating that, and we expect some further information from the Bureau, hopefully by tomorrow. In addition to the order that we sent to the Bureau, we sent a letter to the Klamath Irrigation District providing them with some information. We're indicating to them the process is likely going to occur in 3 phases. Phase 1 includes this investigation of the points of diversion around Upper Klamath Lake and below Link River Dam. We need to determine, again, which POD is serving which water right, are there measuring devices, control devices, and get updated ownership information so we know who to contact for landowner access and permission there. Phase 2 is going to be working with the Bureau on better gauging of the inflows to the lake. And that's been expanded to include better measurement of evaporation from Upper Klamath Lake. As you recall, Upper Klamath Lake is a very large open body of water. And during the warmer summer months, the evaporation from that large surface area is extensive and becomes a significant portion of the water budget there. And then phase 3 will include any regulation and distribution as needed and continued year-round monitoring of conditions in the lake there. We also requested that KID provide just under $42,000 in costs to perform the services that they've requested, and they did submit those funds to the agency by late November. In December of 2020, we started a recruitment process for Assistant Watermaster. And as of last week, we have hired 1 temporary assistant watermaster to assist with this POD survey work around the lake. And we'll probably be bringing on a 2nd temporary assistant watermaster next week to assist there. Wanted to talk briefly. We've talked about measuring devices today and the work with the PODs around Upper Klamath Lake and then on the Link River. All of those, in order for us to understand, using the best available information, the water budget of Upper Klamath Lake and who's using surface water, be it stored water or natural flow, these points of diversion will require measuring devices. We think the most efficient way to do that is through adoption of rules. So we're evaluating internally right now the use of serious water management problem area, as we had done in the Walla Walla Basin a couple of years ago. That will allow us to more uniformly approach the need for measuring device installations on these PODs around the lake and below Link River Dam. We're also, because water management obviously is going to continue to be complex in the Klamath Basin, are looking at having that serious water management problem area encompass the entire basin, but probably bring it in within phases where we'll work our way up the Sprague River system as an example, up the Williamson River system as an example, and eventually get to wells in different parts of the basin to have measuring devices installed on those as well. No decisions have been made on that, but we'll continue to keep the commission abreast of where we're heading with that. And the last thing I'll touch on here is an update on dam removal. As you may recall, there was a Klamath Hydroelectric Settlement Agreement that was adopted in 2010. It was updated in 2016. Recently, Oregon, California, the tribes in California, PacifiCorp, and the Klamath River Renewal Corporation, or CRIC, signed a memorandum of agreement, which describes how the parties will implement the KHSA. And CRIC is the group that's taking the lead on the dam removal. They're continuing to navigate the necessary regulatory approvals, but appear to be on schedule to start removal in 2023. And the work will obviously continue for some time after that. So I'll stop there and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ivan. Questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Corn.
Thank you for the presentation, the update on that. You mentioned hiring 2 assistant water masters, and as we've been through budgeting things today, we see assistant water masters being cut. I was just curious where the funding was coming from that, and you know, who's losing and who's, you know, where's that assistant water master or 2 that was going away coming from? Now we're adding 2, at least temporarily. How are we funding that?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Corn, very good question. I'm sorry I wasn't clearer on that. So as you recall, in November, we sent a letter to the Klamath Irrigation District requesting the funds to pay for those assistant water masters. And they did send a check for just under $42,000 at the end of November. So it's the Klamath Irrigation District that will be paying for that. They've requested the service, and the statutes allow the department to charge them in essence for that service. So it's not general fund dollars that'll be paying for it. It's not taking away from any other positions in the agency. It definitely is an additional workload on the agency. There's a lot of HR work that isn't being compensated for, and we'll be doing training and mentoring and guiding these new staff as they come up to speed. But the bulk of the cost is being paid for by the irrigation district.
Okay, I knew they was paying costs, but I thought it was more on measurement and those kind of things. I didn't realize they was going to fund positions. So thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions from commissioners? Yes, Joe, Commissioner Mall.
A question at the other end of the spectrum from the operational. It's amazing that things you all continue to do down there. I'm just curious now what the prospect of something like the KBRA collective coming back together and talking again, what the tea leaves are on something like that going forward.
Chair Reeves, members of the commission, it's hard for me to read those tea leaves. We're certainly having good luck interacting with the Bureau of Reclamation. They recognize with the recent change in the administration that there may be some changes in direction, but I don't know of anything that's clearly pointing to a particular path at this time.
Any other questions? Comments? Eric? Oh, Tom, go ahead.
Oh, no, please, Commissioner.
I was just going to check in with Eric to see if he had any follow-up.
I don't, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tom, go for it.
Commissioner Reeves, no questions,
Right.
but I do want to just publicly and on the record extend my appreciation for the staff work in the Klamath Basin. Ivan, Tom Paul, Doug, Danny, and the folks in the local office, Kyle Gorman, the region manager in that area. There's a whole host of folks in Salem, locally, in different parts of the state who are weighing in and contributing to a basin that is incredibly complex and that has an intensity level that is unique. You know, we've talked about over appropriated basins. Well, this basin is certainly, regardless of our actions, actually, there are so many demands on the water, and there's clearly not enough water to go around to meet all those demands. And you know, we're hopeful that that there could be some broader solutions that I think would be more productive in the long term to try to help people's needs. And I agree with Ivan with the change in administration. Who knows, maybe that there'll be some shifting of the winds and people will feel more inclined to come to the table. But we've kind of been moving in the opposite direction, it seems, in recent years. I hope that for the sake of the folks in the basin and all the various interests, that a new table could be formed, because I think that would be probably the best outcome for everyone in the long term.
Yep. Other questions, comments? Ivan, thank you for presenting today. And I believe that is our last agenda item and that we are adjourned. Till next time.
Thanks, everyone.
Good to see everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you, everyone.
Take care, everybody.
Okay, take care.
Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
Bye all. Thanks.